Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Tommy Mello here, owner of A1 Garage Door Service. Springtime savings are here, and now is the perfect time to service your garage. Replacing the bottom rubber on your garage door can have a huge impact on the number of bugs you see in your garage and in your home.
A1 from day one.
Hey there, homeowners. Russ Rollins here. Are you tired of staring at a cold, unused pool? It's time to make a change. Spring is the perfect time to add solar heat to your pool and enjoy it year-round. Solar Source customers, they enjoy family time, nighttime pool parties, movie nights, birthdays, and even low-impact workouts. Don't let your pool be a monthly expense with no enjoyment. Schedule a free consultation from solarsource.com/monsters. Remember, friends of Russ Rollins save even more money.
Are you bogged down with constant sneezing, watery eyes, and congestion? Do you get sinus headaches and infections? No one should have to suffer season after season. And thanks to Aspire Allergy and Sinus, treating your allergies is easier than you think. With personalized treatment plans tailored to your needs and budget, you can say goodbye to allergy and sinus issues for good. Book your appointment today at AspireAllergy.com. Aspire Allergy and Sinus, where relief is just around the corner. AspireAllergy.com.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In Office Orlando.
Let's watch TV.
What do you want to watch?
Big Bang.
It's one of my all-time favorites.
It's Big May on CW18.
Every night at 7 o'clock.
Bang, bang. And it doesn't get any bigger than the Big Bang.
Sounds like a party.
Did someone say party?
Party's my middle name.
Let the good times roll.
Are you having fun?
Oh, yeah, this is it.
The Big Bang Theory. Weeknights at 7, 7:30, and 11. Part of Big May on CW18.
Still funny.
I know!
From sunrise to sunset, West 2 News on CW18 has you covered. Mornings from 7 to 10, start your day with Central Florida's most accurate forecast from First Warning meteorologist Kelly Ann Klass.
You'll always have a clear view of what's ahead.
Then tonight at 10, get caught up and know what's happening now with Stuart, Michelle, Tony, and Darren.
It's all in a day's work, and our work never stops.
AM or PM, West 2 News on CW18 has you covered.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
These days, the cost of fixing or replacing things in your home is going through the roof with no end in sight. Air conditioning replacement, $6,000. New refrigerator, $1,500. Flat screen TV, $1,200. Don't wait till it's too late. Call Everything Breaks now before something else breaks. For as little as $1 a day, Everything Breaks can cover it all. Appliances, plumbing, air conditioning, home electronics, including cell phones and more. Everything Breaks covers repairs your insurance doesn't, saving you hundreds, even thousands on unexpected repair bills. Call Everything Breaks now before something else breaks. Call for your free quote. Call 855-865-SAVE. That's 855-865-SAVE.
Get it all covered your way, 'cause everything breaks.
Limitations and exclusions apply. See plan terms and conditions for details. Coverage not available in all states. Actual savings may vary based on the coverage plan and repairs needed. Call 855-865-SAVE. Online at goeverythingbreaks.com.
0% APR financing is here through Memorial Day Monday at Sutherland Nissan Orlando with approved credit.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because you deserve better. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, BILLS. 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 Enter it now on our website, realradio.fm. Good luck.
Someone's going to get offended. It's just the way the world works. So to hopefully save everyone a little time and or energy, here's this. The opinions that you hear are those of the host and callers, and not those of iHeartMedia, its management, or advertisers.
You are now listening to The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
That's right, guys. Here we go on a Wednesday edition of the Jim Colbert Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate that, as we do every single day. And we do have a good program for you today. We'll get you caught up on what's happening in the world. We'll do that at 3:20 with Woke News. 4 o'clock, it's Animal House. Our friend Cora Bertram from Save the Manatee Club is going to drop by with some Memorial Day boating safety for the manatees out there, Deb.
Yeah, watch out for those herds of mating manatees.
Yeah,
they are not in distress.
No Scott Maxwell today, but we do have trivia. Lionel Richie tickets on tap for today.
What?
Plus, we'll end it up with, you heard it here first, your calls, texts, and talkbacks all day long, plus 4 opportunities for you to win $1,000. Welcome to the show. I am Jim. To my left, my very lovely and dangerous co-host, Ms. Deb Roberts.
Hello.
Straight ahead, producer Jack Bradshaw.
Good afternoon.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Find us easily on social, Instagram and Facebook at The Jim Colbert Show. On Twitter, just at Jim Colbert Show, and all day, every day at JimColbertLive.com. That's where you can check us out on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Watch us sit and talk. But you get to see the lovely Cora today if you decide to log on. Just go to JimColbertLive.com, click right through, and join us there in the chat as well.
Yeah, no manatee. It's too hard to bring one in.
Yeah, no problem. That's fine. Yeah. Bills, by the way.
It was a disaster the last time they tried.
Yeah. We got a horse in here.
We did have a horse.
Bills is your 3 o'clock keyword, BILLS. Go to realradio.fm and send it away for your chance at $1,000. Bills, guys. That is your 3 o'clock keyword. Good luck. Hope you win for sure. How's it going today, guys?
Man, is it steamy.
Is it hot out there, huh?
I mean, I think it is. Maybe it's just because I saw what the highs are supposed to be for the holiday weekend.
Yeah. And then following next week, brutal next week.
Yeah, like 99 degrees on Sunday and Memorial Day. So going to be out on the water. You're going to want to take extra precautions.
Are you guys doing anything? Like, are you?
I think we're going to be out on the water.
Are you really?
Yeah.
They're boating on the lake there, huh?
Yeah, going to the sandbar.
Oh, yeah. All right. Ain't nothing wrong with a sandbar.
A lot of neutrals.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
What I would pay.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I would pay. I'm going to pay somebody out there to get me a ride to the sandbar to see Deb out there in a lawn chair wrecked on about 9 neutrals, 10:30 a.m. Pack of butts next to her. Ready, all
come
done,
on now.
All done.
That's what I'm talking about. As long as I don't get the funky sunburn I got the last time.
Oh, man, that thing was bad.
It was really bad, and all the fat bits are still white. That's the worst part.
Yeah. I mean, I forget that. I got a sunburn really. You learn from those things, right? Yeah, I got sun poisoning. Have you ever heard of that?
Yes, I have,
Sunburn,
and that's very dangerous.
Yeah. So I got it so bad, like I got sick to my stomach. Like it made me sick. This was at the Silver Glen Springs. And what sucks is like this weekend, people are going to do this very thing. They're going to go out to Blue Springs. They're going to go to Silver Glen, Alexander, Rock Springs. They're going to do that thing. The water's 70 degrees. It's 72. They're like, God, this is great. The sun's hot. This water is cold. What better? It's like having a super cold room to sleep in. What you don't realize is you, my friend, are getting absolutely microwaved out there while you're splashing around in that ice cold water. And you'll go in when the temperatures norm out. And the next thing you know, you're like, it's hot in here. Is it hot here to you guys?
Oh, you feel feverish.
Oh, yeah. Then you feel feverish. Then it gets real nasty.
Oh, yeah. Then your skin looks like an old elephant.
Yeah. And you parents out there, you got to realize you're not supposed to have your kid all you're not supposed to put like sunblock on them before the age of like 2 or something like that.
Really?
Yeah, you're not supposed to. I remember this because we did it to my daughter on accident, and to this day, she has a splotch mark on her leg that I can remember last time I saw her leg that had that splotch mark from the sunblock hitting her leg before she was too young or too old.
Hello, DCF. Like to report a crime.
But you bring up a good point as well. A lot of people are going to be trying to take advantage of all of the springs around Central Florida and Florida in general, and that means if you're not there by 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
I know like the Wekiwas, they will not, I mean, they say not to wait in line, but the cars just go on for miles.
I don't know that you can, I mean, I think you almost have to, I think it's like a Woodstock scenario.
I think you're right.
At that Wekiwa Island thing. I legit think you almost have to camp out like back in the day when you used to get tickets, kids.
Right.
You couldn't just app in and grab a ticket. You had to wait outside a record store, sketchy AF, all night with the worst people you've ever met in your life to get a ticket to see Genesis. And now you just app it up, boom, you're $50 in fees, and off you go.
I want to pay someone to wait in line, and then I'll Uber to it.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
There is services just like that.
There were people who did that back in the day.
Yeah.
Did it for vendors. What they would do is they would just go in line. The first 50 people were always people buying as many tickets as they would allow, and they were getting paid to do that because the scalpers then would go out and just tear it apart.
Someone just texted us at 77031. My crew and I spent all day on a white roof installing ductwork today.
Christ almighty.
4 of us went through 2 cases of water, and one of my guys needed to get inside and put ice on his neck, wrist, and thighs. Really humid on top of the roof today. For everybody that's doing anything that's remotely outside.
And that what you think it's black, right? You think working on asphalt, which is bad, by the way. I got some family in the asphalt business. They tell you when you're over there laying that over in Brevard County, right?
It stinks.
You're over there laying that asphalt, and I'm like, Brian, how what's the temp there on the ground? He goes, because we were talking to him during the summer. He goes, I don't know, it's 100 degrees outside. Then I think it's about 190 degrees next to that fresh asphalt, maybe even hotter as they're laying that down. And you got to be right next to it.
I bet it burns right through their boots, doesn't it?
Then it smells wonderful. So not only are you getting fried.
I love that smell.
Do you really?
Asphalt? Yeah. Let's go.
See, I'm a jet fuel fan myself.
Really?
I like
I
gasoline.
love jet fuel.
Really?
I love jet fuel.
Is good.
What is the worst smell you love, huh?
Hydraulic fuel, like in our elevator.
Do not care for that. You like that?
Yeah.
Well, he likes asphalt, dude.
I'll tell you, I have 2 crazy smells.
All right. Well,
2 crazy smells. Okay.
Do not ever release them in the studio, please. That's all I'm asking.
One of them is okra.
All right. One of my favorite smells from my childhood was my cousin's mother, which would be, I guess, my aunt, but not really my aunt. You know how it is in the South.
Why, how did she smell?
And it's not that she smelled, but she smoked Winstons, and she lit them with a Zippo lighter.
Oh, a Zippo. Come on.
And when your fresh pull on a cigarette after being lit by a Zippo lighter has a specific aroma that reminds me of my childhood.
Yes, absolutely.
Those old hens would sit in the kitchen and just triple rip those Winstons while the kids played, like good parents.
Exactly.
You got to waft yourself through a cloud of toxin poison to get some orange juice.
Or is it Ronsinol?
Yeah, Ronsinol. That's it.
Lighter fluid for Zippos.
Oh, man, that will take me right back to my childhood. All right, what's the other funky?
And the other one was this, right? Do you remember the old coolers when you would go into the convenience stores and instead of the stand-up coolers where everything has a little row, you would just kind of open it up and they would be literally just sitting on the ground in the cooler.
Yeah.
And you would reach in and grab one. The smell in that cooler had me. I don't know what it is, but the smell of that old, musty, cold Freon cooler I remember that boom, like that.
How about when your brother comes back from going to bait and tackle and you take the top off those night crawlers for the first time?
Really? What is wrong with you two?
What? It's an earthy smell.
Texters are sending in their favorite smells. You have
It's bad smell. It's your favorite bad smell.
Yeah. The old citrus plant days smells like your Fruit Loops.
Oh, the one up by Eustis. The one out there by Umatilla and Eustis had that concentrated burnt orange flavor or smell.
Sarah sent this one in. The smell of a new pool float.
I'm with you.
Plastic smell.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, although someone said I like the smell of puppy's feet. Smells like Fritos.
Okay, well,
love that corn chip smell.
Everybody kind of likes that.
Well, that doggy do they walk in.
Puppy belly, though. Yeah, puppy breath that's something special.
I'll tell you what I don't like, and that's Old House. I don't like this one. And now here's what's happening. For the record, I got a couple things. Here's what's happening. I'm walking through my house and we were fighting these old smells with plug-ins.
Yeah.
And House is winning, Jack, and I'll tell you why. you can legit tell the range of the plug-in by walking down the hallway in my house. It's like, man, that smells. What is that? Oh, it smells great again. What is that? Oh, it smells wonderful again. Like I take 4 steps stinks, 2 steps great. 4 steps stinks, 2 steps great. Then I go into one room that has a plug-in that we had left over. One room smells like lavender and vanilla, and the other one smells like what's that, sagewood,
right?
Or whatever it is. All my house is like the Epcot of aromas.
You smell like a Hallmark.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you sure the previous tenant didn't leave a prize for you somewhere in the dumpster?
We're virtually certain he's left a bunch of prizes. We have yet to find them,
Oh, I
except for
bet.
a couple bottles of lube.
And the tickler. Why do you keep forgetting the tickler? That was such a thoughtful thing.
He's going to regift it.
And the prostate tickler. Yeah.
Watch your stocking this Christmas, Jack.
And then when you move, you're going through this thing. Now I'm finding all my new things. We got to get a new vet. We got to get a new groomer. I got to get a new auto shop. We have to find all these new things where we are now.
You know, you didn't have to move.
I did. I did.
You did it.
I did have to move, Jack.
Yeah, you did it.
And you've been in the same house for how long?
Since 99.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. 25 years this August.
That's what I moved like 3 times in the time that you've moved once, or you've been twice?
Well, I mean, so, yes, because the last time you were at my house was 2018.
Okay, Deb.
Just thought I'd mention
you don't
that.
invite me over. If you'd invited me over, I would come over.
Jack, would you please?
What do you mean, Jack, would you please?
When we had our broadcast there, she invited you to come over, and you came up with some BS excuse like you always do,
It's
and
like-
you dipped out of town.
Yeah.
I came by, I visited, I saw her lovely home.
Thank you.
I could not. I have seen your home.
No, you
No,
haven't.
you
You
haven't.
saw the house I rented. You haven't seen the house that we've been
Well,
living
you
in.
never invite me over. 407-916-1041. Text us.
We're not repeating. There's not a technical problem.
Exactly, man.
At 771 Bills, by the way, is your 3 o'clock keyword. BILLS. Go to.
Abso-freaking-lutely on that one. Enter that at realradio.fm for your chance to win $1,000. Again, your keywords.
Good luck spelling it.
Just don't ask him to write it.
Sorry. I woke up this morning in the VFW, apparently. 2-for-1 well vodkas all night. My tongue is paralyzed with alcohol. My apologies.
No problem.
All right. Bills. B-I-L stroke. BILLS. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Debbie, you had some news for us, as if I care.
Yes, I do. Search and rescue efforts continue after tornadoes absolutely tear through Iowa. Closer to home, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration will release its 2024 hurricane outlook. Jack, can I get a buzzer? I just called it an outlook. Yeah. Now, if that came along with hurricane season, we wouldn't complain.
If this show had spell check, it'd be 9 hours long.
And then 50 Cent sells Did He Do It documentary following an intense bidding war. We'll talk about that and so much more coming up next during Woke News.
You got it. All right, 407-916-1041. That's how you call us. Text us at 77031. If you want to leave a talk back, that's easy to do as well. Get the iHeartRadio app. Go to Real Radio. Once you get it, use the microphone to send your message over to Jack and you fringers. Do your promos there as well. Back with Deb's News and more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Outlook.
They won't tell you this, but your pets are pretty lonely when you leave. No worries. We'll keep them company. Just say, Alexa, play Real Radio 104.1 on iHeartRadio.
Afternoon delays continue on I-4 today in the Orlando area, east and westbound on the interstate by the major attractions exits. Currently no major problems or delays to report on the beach line or on the Greenway. Traffic up to speed both east and westbound so far for those taking the 408. If you happen to see any traffic problems today, just make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale is here. Get a Sleepy's Queen mattress at the lowest price ever, just $89.99. This deal ends Tuesday, so don't wait. Visit Mattress Firm and save over 60%. In-store pickup only, while supplies last. Find your nearest one today.
I'm Mark Anajar.
I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In Office Orlando.
Experience life now at Orlando Science Center. Life is an all-new exhibit featuring animals and immersive galleries. Meet a sleepy sloth, playful monkey, a baby shark, a curious owl, and more. Learn about issues impacting their habitats and how you can make a difference. Get tickets and more at osc.org.
This is Steve Kramer. Let me tell you a business secret. There are sketch companies out there selling awards. Make sure the awards earned by your lawyer are from respected organizations. At Trendley Kramer Law, our lawyers have been recognized by Orlando Magazine Best Lawyers, Florida Trend Legal Elite, Super Lawyers, and listed in U.S. News as a best law firm for years. We've earned the awards that can't be bought. Trendley Kramer, TK Law, one firm for life.com.
Hi, I'm Chef Justin Timnary, Florida's culinary ambassador. If you've enjoyed preparing fresh from Florida recipes, then you're going to love the Fresh from Florida Club. As a member, you'll be able to search and save delicious recipes, create custom menus, and ask me your cooking questions. Each month, you'll also get a list of what's in season, so you can make your family the freshest meals possible. It's free and easy to sign up. And best of all, you'll be supporting Florida's farmers, ranchers, and fishermen. Join the club at freshfromflorida.com today.
I'm Jeff. I got a call that my wife Katie was in a bad car accident and was airlifted to Shands Hospital. When I got there, she was in surgery for a brain injury. She's had a long recovery. We needed an attorney. Our close friends recommended Glenn Clausman. Glenn Clausman was available 24/7 to help. We've been blessed by my wife's recovery. The results from Glenn Clausman's efforts were way more than expected. He's more than an attorney for us. He's a friend. Call him at 407-917-1718, KLAUSMAN law.com, office Winter Park.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
I had a radio listener call me after an accident. The insurance company offered him $700. He hired me that day and we recovered $100,000. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Potential clients may not obtain same or similar results. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorney.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
It's time for the Mount Dora Corn Festival, May 24th and 25th. Live music from Shelby Darrell, Mark Wills, 9 Days, and Will Jones. Fun for all with corn eating and cornhole contest, petting zoo, kids area, and fireworks. Free shuttle parking's available. For tickets and information, go to MountDoraCornFest.com. Sponsored by Med Spa Mount Dora, Visit Lake, and the City of Mount Dora. Don't miss the Mount Dora Corn Festival, where corn is king and fun is mandatory.
This is trial attorney Jeff Kaufman. Instead of talking about how great my law firm is, let's talk about autism awareness. In Central Florida alone, there are thousands of children on the autism spectrum, including my son, Jacob. I'm not asking for a donation, but just a couple seconds of kindness when you see one of our children out in public. It will make a huge difference. If you want or need any information concerning the autism community, contact me at jeff@whenyouneedus.com. Offices, Orlando.
Kick off your summer with iHeart 80s. Rewind to a decade in music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael. And more. iHeart 80s goes commercial-free all Memorial Day weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeart 80s, and start listening now. iHeart Radio. Free never sounded so good.
Huge Memorial Day savings on used cars, trucks, and SUVs. Click OrlandoNissan.com now.
Real Radio is on Facebook at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show, also available to watch at The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Good afternoon, morning, Colbert crew. So, talking about some bad or interesting smells that are actually enjoyable to some people. One of those for me, since I'm in the pool industry, is muriatic acid.
Oh.
It would pretty much knock down anyone else, but I'll tell you what, a good old whiff of that stuff, and your sinuses will be clean.
Yeah.
With that, Big T out, wiggle, wiggle, pop, pop, peace.
What it do, Colbert crew?
What it do?
You know who.
Come on.
It's me, Mario. When you first crank on the AC in a hotel room, that weird musty smell that comes out, I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it.
Means you're on vacation.
Oh, all of these are so good. You keep them coming all day.
Absolutely.
We'll talk back these damn things all day long. Just go to the iHeartRadio app, go to Real Radio, use that microphone to send them over to Jack Smells that are terrible, but you love them for some reason. Then the reason that started was because I talked about asphalt. Jack's the only human alive I know that loves the smell of freshly laid asphalt. It's so pungent.
Well, somebody texted us. They also love the smell of diesel and new tennis balls.
New tennis balls?
Don't ask me.
And don't rule out Octane Boost.
Oh, that's a good one, too.
Yeah, that is a good one.
How about this one? I got one for you, WD-40.
Oh, yeah.
I wear a little bit behind this ear on dates. Let a woman know what I'm all about.
That's where I put my bacon grease.
All right, 407-916-1041. You win. Text us at 77031. Don't forget your 3 o'clock keyword is Bills, B-I-L-L-S. Go to realradio.fm and send that off for your chance at $1,000. Welcome back. I am Jim. Jack is right over there. Let's get some news. Here is Deb.
And now, it's time for Woke News. It seems like kind of a misuse of the whole woke. On the Jim Colbert Show.
All right, and Woke News is brought to you by that mortgage guy, Don. 2 years after a gunman killed 19 students and 2 teachers in Uvalde, Texas, families of the victims are settling a lawsuit with the city and county. Now, the 19 families will receive a city payout of $2 million. If you're like me and you're thinking, what? $2 million?
Yeah.
The reason behind that is the families say they're capping the money so Uvalde doesn't go into bankruptcy.
Wow.
Now,
the
settlement also involves changes to the Uvalde Police Department, including enhanced officer training and a new, quote, fitness for duty, end quote, standard for officers.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Oxford High School shooter Ethan Crumbley's parents are refusing to help his appeal of his life sentence. A round of applause for the parents of the year.
What are they doing now? What's going on?
They are refusing to help their son in his appeal for his life sentence. Now, he had asked for access to James and Jennifer Crumbley's pre-sentencing reports, which are relevant in his appeal. The reports allegedly contain details about Ethan's home life growing up. The attorney for James Crumbley, however, wrote Ethan could provide his legal team with those same details without the reports. So no.
Wow.
James and Jennifer Crumbley were sentenced to 10 to 15 years in prison in separate trials on involuntary manslaughter charges. 4 students were killed in the 2021 shooting at the high school north of Detroit.
Damn, dude.
Can you imagine?
Damn.
I know.
Yeah. They're mad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how you're supposed to feel about it.
I don't either. I mean, that's the thing is, like,
Yeah,
I mean, that's their...
You got a killer school shooter who's life in prison, right?
Right, yeah.
He's appealing that. Does he deserve the court records? Are they public?
Well, here's the thing. I think the surprising part is, Jack, is that it looks like, again, they're looking out for themselves.
The parents.
Yeah,
Right.
they're just looking out for themselves to get themselves out of trouble again. And, and they created the son.
Yeah.
So I think that's the little bit of the shocking part of it for me. I understand exactly what you're saying,
Yeah,
though.
I don't want to see the kids'
No.
sentence lessened at all.
I
Life
don't
in
either.
prison, good riddance.
But I mean, his parents. What was it? Someone said in the court during his trial that the absence of love, hate is not the absence of love. It's basically neglect.
Right.
I mean, and the text messages he sent to his mom begging her, and she wouldn't even respond back. I mean, it just goes back to they created this monster, and so it's just
They did create him.
They did, absolutely. Elsewhere, officials in Greenfield, Iowa say search and rescue efforts are continuing after a tornado tore through the small town last night. Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds said the number of deaths is still being determined.
Still a search and rescue, and we don't want to give out any misinformation, and so that's one of the reasons that we're keeping the site secure. So when we have those numbers, we'll be sure and get them to the media, but at this point, we're not prepared to address that because it's still a search and rescue.
Regardless, multiple deaths have been reported, but numbers won't be released until crews have completed their search efforts. Governor Reynolds says the state will also be requesting aid from the federal government. Much of the town of around 2,000 people was just destroyed by Tuesday's twister that leveled homes, scattered cars, and trees.
You know, I heard a term today in regards to tornadoes I've never heard before. Apparently in Iowa and a couple of those states that are in the alley, when they have a tornado that seems unescapable, they call it a dead man walking storm.
Really?
Yeah. I saw that today in the news in two different articles. They call them dead man walking storms. In other words, it looks like when the tornado is so close and moving so quickly, it's almost you're inevitable to die. So they call them dead man walking storms.
That's still one of my scariest weather things.
Tornadoes?
Tornadoes, absolutely. All right, well, Hurricane said, hold my beer.
All right.
The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is going to release its 2024 Atlantic hurricane season outlook on Thursday. Now, weather officials are going to discuss the expected storm activity this year and climate factors that will influence hurricane development during the season, which begins June 1st. Don't think that sounds too far away. That is literally next Saturday.
Right.
Yeah, forecasters at Colorado State University and Penn State University are predicting a very active season due to warm ocean temperatures and the expected transition to a La Nina climate pattern. I believe it was Colorado State that called it, quote, explosive this year. The National Hurricane Center did begin issuing daily tropical weather outlooks last week, but no storms are predicted in the next 7 days.
I want them to move those centers to Florida. It's weird getting hurricane information from Colorado. I don't know about you guys. It is really it is just odd hearing about our weather anomalies coming out of a state that does not deal with hurricanes.
They prefer higher ground.
That'd be like us giving them snow reports. It's just odd to me.
And that in Penn State, right?
Yeah.
That in Penn State. All right. In the meantime, retailers hope Floridians will heed the multiple forecasts that the upcoming hurricane season is going to be more active than normal. So to help, a 14-day sales tax holiday on storm-related items will run from June 1st to June 14th. And yes, it is timed with the start of the 6-month hurricane season. Florida Retail Federation President Scott Shaley says it's important for residents to be ready for hurricane season.
It's an opportunity to save some money, yes, and it's an opportunity to generate activity for our retailers. But most importantly, it's an opportunity for Floridians to be reminded about hurricane season, to prepare for hurricane season, and to get essential supplies.
Yeah, don't be like Deborah during the 2004 hurricane season, rolling through Publix, wondering why they're covering the juice while you've got a cart full of dairy. Because you just went on vacation and had no idea that Hurricane Charlie had not come in where it was expected, instead came in at Sanibel Captiva and just rode the spine up the state of Florida.
20-year anniversary to those three storms, Charlie, Jean, and Francis. But they had a picture in the Sentinel today from Charlie, and it was just that one picture looking down the road and about 10 telephone poles all laying across the street right down the road.
I remember the city of Orlando lost 20,000 trees just in Orlando from Charlie.
It went through Maitland like crazy. And Maitland and Winter Park are just littered with these old, oaks. Just very stoic oak trees that just toppled those things over like they were just twigs. It's just no effort whatsoever.
And the two subsequent storms didn't seem to do as much because Charlie did all the damage. Oh, yeah. It got all of the weak trees out of the way.
Right. That's exactly what happened. You're right.
But the the piles of debris. Remember, for months we were driving by these just giant mountains of debris.
The one that was at the High Life Runton. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, it was so big.
It was a mountain.
Yeah.
It actually started emitting a rotting smell, so you could smell it blocks away.
Didn't it have a nickname, too?
Oh, something Mountain.
Yeah.
Was it Castleberry Mountain or Fern Park Mountain or something like that?
Our texters, our listeners will let us know. All right, the state of Florida is moving forward with a plan to repeal its renewable energy goals. The State Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services published a proposal earlier today saying the strategies are no longer necessary. The goals were approved in 2022 to get utility companies to gradually increase their renewable energy usage over the next 26 years. The effort to repeal the order is part of a state law signed by Governor Ron DeSantis last week. The legislation, which is set to take effect in July, would also ban offshore wind energy generation while encouraging the use of an affordable energy supply.
There you go.
All right, one more round. We knew this was coming. One more round will be needed to decide the next member of the Orlando City Commission. No
I thought you were going
surprise.
to talk about Starlink again.
No, that's coming up. That's coming up.
Sorry.
Yesterday was the final day of voting in the special election for the District 5 race to replace Regina Hill. She was suspended last month after she was arrested for fraud and elderly abuse. Now, there were 7 candidates on the ballot, and Shan Rose came out on top with just under 25% of the vote. Traveris McCurdy was second with over 23%, but because neither got a majority, a runoff will be held on June 18th.
Did you see how many people reported out to vote for that?
No.
Of that community?
They said that they were going to be coming out in droves.
They did not. 10%.
Oh, really?
That's what I read this morning. Only 10%.
10% of registered voters or the population?
It just said 10% of the just 10% of the population, or I just assumed population, Jack. I did not check to see if it was registered
of the
voters.
district?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I was really disappointed with this, but those who want the Black History Museum in Orange County are dealing with a setback, but they're not giving up. The Florida Museum of Black History Task Force voted yesterday in Tallahassee to recommend putting the museum in St. Augustine. Yeah, because, you know, the town founded by slaves in 1887, I believe, being one of the first. That doesn't make any sense. Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings was part of a team pushing the task force to put the museum in Eatonville, and he says he's disappointed with the vote, but if things work out in St. Augustine, if things don't work out in St. Augustine, rather, Orange County is still very interested. The task force will meet again next month, and Eatonville Mayor Angie Gardner says it might not be over. Orlando State Senator Geraldine Thompson tells the Orlando Sentinel there are still a lot of uncertainties. Lawmakers could either agree to keep it in St. Augustine or vote it down and maybe make it come to Eatonville. So we'll keep you posted.
They're showing some images of this hurricane or this tornado, and it is, I mean, it's just unbelievable what these things do. Look at that path.
And what's crazy is that
just one street across from that path, not even touched.
Yeah, the homes
house
are fine.
Completely blown off its slab. Next door neighbor, cool.
Yep.
Not even a broken window.
All right, let me get to that Starlink so that you know. Yeah. NASA, Boeing, and United Launch Alliance have now called off Saturday's historic launch attempt of the first crewed Starliner mission from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. This comes after a number of scrubbed attempts, and the test flight is now on indefinite hold. Poor astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, they were initially scheduled to head to the International Space Station back on May 6th atop a ULA Atlas V rocket. Officials are working to resolve a small helium leak detected in Starliner's service module.
Now those astronauts have aged out of the astronaut program. They got to get another crew.
They should leave them up there until they get it right, like that ship.
Yeah, actually, the astronauts who will fly on this haven't even been born yet.
God, Jack.
Meanwhile, Florida Space Coast is getting ready for back-to-back launch days. SpaceX is planning to send another batch of Starlink internet satellites. There you go, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Into low Earth orbit at 10:35 p.m. from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. A similar launch is scheduled for tomorrow night. More good news, though, for our Space Coast. This is pretty cool. Brevard County is going to become the new training headquarters for the Space Force.
Really?
Senator Marco Rubio confirmed the decision on X yesterday, saying Patrick Space Force Base has received final approval to operate as the permanent home for STARCOM.
STARCOM.
Rubio says the move will boost Florida's growing leadership within the space industry, STARCOM,
right,
which currently runs out of Colorado.
Oh, yeah. Colorado's got it unlocked.
It makes so much sense. Colorado was stupid. That was stupid, people.
Yeah.
Patrick is already responsible for all the launches out there at the Cape. Cape Canaveral Air Force Station. Come on. It just makes sense.
I know, but if they're in Colorado, don't they get to have like a base in the mountain?
Look, they already have
NORAD
Red Rocks. Okay? They already have Red Rocks.
Yeah, and they get to predict our hurricane season.
No
there
joke.
You go. All right, well, StarCom.
Let us have this.
Is focused on.
By the way, too many Subarus.
It's focused on training space professionals while developing new warfighting techniques. It's unclear when the switch will be complete. All right, I thought this was a pretty cool story because it is a big problem, and kudos to these guys trying to meet the need. Florida senators are backing a bipartisan bill designed to address loneliness.
Oh, really?
Senator Marco Rubio announced yesterday he, along with Senator Rick Scott and Minnesota Democrat Tina Smith,
are going to go door to door with hugs,
introduced the Senior Act. The bill directs the Secretary of Health and Human Services to prepare a report on the impacts of loneliness, especially on seniors, and propose solutions. Probing comes later. It also calls for promoting programs that combat loneliness. Rubio says public health officials have sounded the alarm about the epidemic of loneliness, but until now, no one has really addressed it through major legislation. Senator Scott says combating the feeling of isolation and loneliness for our aging community has endless benefits.
Compounded by COVID, by the way.
Absolutely.
That was a really devastating thing for our seniors nationwide, by the way. It was not good.
And if you've ever considered or you've ever done it just as a one-off, but, Meals on Wheels, Seniors First, that is such a great organization. You can deliver a lot of meals in your 1 hour lunch break and give, someone who might be their only human contact that whole day. Just a few minutes to chit chat and be like, we see you, we hear you, have a nice meal.
Right. And they get tired fast, so it doesn't take long. That's a joke. We can joke here.
Too soon.
Right. It takes you about a quarter game of solitaire, and they are tired of you. So,
just wait till she takes that sticky Werther's out of her bathrobe pocket.
Yeah, she's going to give it to you right half wrapped. I almost finished this yesterday.
All right, the city of Palm Bay is considering ways to bring new life to an undeveloped area that's prone to violent crimes. Leaders and the Brevard County Tourism Council have started meeting with the USA BMX organization.
Very cool.
To discuss building a racing facility on the compound.
There used to be
the compound, right? They found several bodies there over the last several months.
Oh, did they really?
Oh, yeah.
So I know that they used to have one over in Pine Hills that was a big deal right there, like Barnett Park, I believe, by the fairgrounds.
Right.
There's a BMX, like a really cool one back there in the back. But that was the only one in town, which is kind of weird for Orlando.
So I thought that's why when I saw this story, I'm like, I mean, I don't know if you still want to go BMXing, Jimmy. The plan is still in its early stages. Meanwhile, Fox 35 Orlando reports that the BMX organization is already building a park for bikes, skateboards, and scooters in Port St. Lucie.
Oh.
All right. Nestle is coming out with a new food line aimed at people who use weight management drugs like Ozempic and Wegovy.
Really?
Called Vital Pursuit. The company says it's designed to offer a balanced diet for people looking for weight-friendly meals. They'll be at about $5.
Okay.
The foods will feature high-protein meals and frozen options like pasta, sandwich melts, and pizza. It'll be on sale in the U.S. early next year.
Did you hear the biggest growing crowd with the Ozempic and Wegovy thing?
Stomach paralysis?
No. The biggest growing users of this.
Oh.
It's kids.
No.
Yeah, young people are using it now in droves. Yeah. That's the biggest new audience for Wegovy and Ozempic is young people.
Really?
How are they able to afford it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Stealing it from their parents?
Well, maybe their parents are getting it for them. I mean, if you're a parent, you have a child that can't control their weight.
Yeah, or maybe a pediatrician can prescribe it because if they're considered obese and at risk.
Getting bullied at school?
Yeah.
I mean, you got a kid, a little big, getting bullied at school. Ozempic crazy. Yeah, stomach should be paralyzed by 22.
And then finally, 50 Cent's documentary about Diddy's legal issues will stream on Netflix.
Savage, guys. I don't know if you've checked out his Instagram account on P. Diddy. It is so savage. My wife and I sit almost every night for updates and just watch how he's just wrecking this guy. It's the greatest.
Well, the rapper confirmed he sold his multi-part documentary, Diddy, All right. Did he do it?
Yeah.
Did he do it to the streaming service in an Instagram post? He first announced his plans to make the documentary back in December. A rep for 50 Cent and G-Unit Film and Television confirmed the program was in production and all profits will go towards victims of sexual abuse and rape.
Wow. Wow. What a foe to have.
I know.
A guy you can't scare away. What are you going to do to 50 Cent? This guy got shot up like he was in a war.
I know.
Right? What's Diddy going to do to this guy? He hasn't made one peep about this cat.
I might.
Yeah, I might.
I might. And now you all are officially woke.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Bills is your 3 o'clock keyword. Just get over to realradio.fm and send that away for your shot at $1,000. We just got some news in a minute, which is kind of weird. I'll tell you what's up next.
This Memorial Day weekend, get ready to set sail on a 3-day voyage into the world of yacht rock. Go back, Jack, do it again. How long has this been going on? So I ride like the wind. It's a yacht rock weekend on Real Radio 104.1. And to keep this promo in line with the genre, we will just fade out with the music.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
Hey there, Central Florida. I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson with a check of your forecast for your Wednesday afternoon. And for today, it will be a warm one. Afternoon highs will climb into the low 90s with a high of 91 degrees in Orlando this afternoon under a mostly sunny sky. We'll continue to heat things up through the end of this week with highs approaching the mid-90s before we heat things up even further for your Memorial Day weekend. Plan for highs to reach the 99 degrees range. From the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Jessica Dobson.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Osceola East Emergency. HCA Florida Osceola East Emergency in St. Cloud at 4920 East Erlo Bronson Highway is now open 24/7. Visit HCAFloridaHealthcare.com to learn more. This emergency department is part of HCA Florida Osceola Hospital. This is not an urgent care center. Its services are billed at hospital rates.
Can you believe it? May is almost over. June's almost here, and that means Florida's intense summer is right around the corner, too. But don't worry. With new windows and doors from Renewal by Andersen, you cut back on energy usage, boost your home's curb appeal, and increase your comfort. Renewal by Andersen makes that transition so easy for you thanks to a selection of beautiful, functional replacement windows and doors. And their windows and doors are built solid. That's because Renewal by Andersen uses exclusive Fibrix product, which is chic, tough, easy to maintain, and twice as strong as vinyl. Renewal by Andersen specializes in energy-efficient, custom-built replacement windows and doors. So save money while beautifying your home with Renewal by Andersen. Now through the end of May, buy 2 windows and or patio doors and get the third 60% off. Plus 0 money down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 1 year. Plus they're hiring experienced window and door installers. Go to rbafla.com for complete details. Some restrictions apply. Official partner of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. License number CGC 1527613.
Does every mother count? Because not every mother survives. Last year, in the U.S. alone, 1,200 moms died from complications of pregnancy and childbirth, and the risk of dying is 3 times greater for Black women in the U.S. compared to white women, making the U.S. one of the most dangerous high-resource countries in the world to give birth. Join Every Mother Counts at everymothercounts.org to help ensure that everyone has timely access to quality, respectful, and equitable maternity care. If we all come together, we can ensure that every mother really does count.
Man, if you want your home to have its real value, a couple things got to happen. You got to have a nice kitchen, and you got to have nice bathrooms, specifically your master bath, but your guest bath as well, guys. The cool thing is, if it's not there right now, Rebath can get you there. That's Rebath in Mid-Florida. That's Josh and Dave Denbauer, father and son team. Been doing it in town for about 15 years, and in town, they've been killing it for people, getting them brand new, beautiful bathrooms that they can love immediately. They do that in just 4 to 6 days, if you can believe it. They do it with their employees. It means no subcontractors, and even better, they give you a lifetime guarantee on the products and the install. God, these products are amazing, just absolutely beautiful. Go to the showroom, 436. They're up in Altamont, right across from Kobe. Walk in, you'll see some models set up. Those models there, by the way, are just to show you what the products look like and give you some ideas of what your bathroom can look like. But every bathroom at Rebath is a custom bathroom, and even more custom when you take advantage of this. If you tell them that you came from us here at the Jim Colbert Show, they're going to give you $800 in upgrades for your new bathroom. Use that how you will. They're awesome people. people. You're going to love doing business with them. Hop on board, check out the before and afters, and then book your appointment. It's rebathmidfla.com.
Being careful these days with your budget doesn't mean you have to settle for inferior quality jewelry at a mall store.
If you're used to shopping in malls and never been into an IDC before, I want to personally invite you in.
International Diamond Center owner Keith LeClaire.
We've got something for everybody. It doesn't matter your budget. It doesn't matter if you need financing. We'll make it happen.
As a manufacturing jeweler, IDC is able to cut out the middleman.
Our diamond bracelets, we buy the bracelet, we buy the diamonds, we assemble it. Our diamond bands, we buy the mounting, we buy the diamonds, we assemble it. So you're cutting out all that 40% that's in the middle for these manufacturers.
And that's for superior quality jewelry with free service for life.
When you come into IDC, you're going to get better quality for less, period.
International Diamond Center.
The one thing I'll guarantee you is you will make a big financial mistake if you don't shop IDC.
4 Orlando locations, or visit us online at shopidc.com.
Let's watch TV.
What do you want to watch?
Big Bang.
It's one of my all-time favorites.
It's Big May on CW18.
Every night at 7 o'clock.
Bang, bang. And it doesn't get any bigger than the Big Bang.
Sounds like a party.
Did someone say party? Party's my middle name.
Let the good times roll.
Are you having fun?
Oh, yeah, this is it.
The Big Bang Theory. Weeknights at 7, 7:30, and 11. Part of Big May on CW18.
Still funny.
I know! From sunrise to sunset, West 2 News on CW18 has you covered. Mornings from 7 to 10, start your day with Central Florida's most accurate forecast from First Warning meteorologist Kelly Ann Class.
You'll always have a clear view of what's ahead.
Then tonight at 10, get caught up and know what's happening now with Stuart, Michelle, Tony, and Darren.
It's all in a day's work, and our work never stops.
AM or PM, West 2 News on CW18 has you covered.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Now back to the Jim Colbert Show.
I'm a nurse, and whenever we start IVs, when we go to flush it with the saline, I always say you might have a funny smell or taste, because some people can smell the saline and some people can taste it. Some people can smell and taste it. But I always think it's really cool how the body works, and I personally love the taste of saline when my IVs have gotten flushed.
What up? Danny D and NC. First time checking in with y'all, but I listened throughout the whole day. But
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
I know you could appreciate this, Jim, because I know you're a car guy too. The smell of just the raw fuel from an old carbureted muscle car, older import, that's carbureted, not fuel injection, nothing. Carbureted, just straight raw old school tuning.
Hey guys, one of the best things I like the smell of is some freshly baked chocolate chip cookies. Yeah, or a good fart. Take a choice.
Wow.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
Okay.
That's a brutal line.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Bills is your 3 o'clock keyword. You got about 5 minutes or so to get over to realradio.fm and send that away. We will have a freshie at the top of the hour. Welcome back. I am Jim. Deb is here.
Hello.
Jack is as well.
I am.
I just got some breaking news a few minutes ago. Like, you're not going to know who this person is, but the way that this thing happened is kind of crazy. You guys know the rock band Train?
Yes.
Drops of Jupiter, you know, really, really big in the early 2000s?
Yes.
Or early to mid 2000s or whatever. They kind of blew
they
up,
were
right?
a 90s band. All right.
I think they did start in the 90s, but I think their real big hits came in the early 2000s, if I can remember right.
Okay.
Pat Monahan. Well, the bass player for this band is a guy named Charlie Collin. And Charlie Collin was house sitting for a friend of his in Belgium, right? And the mom was trying to get a hold of him, could not get a hold of him. When they got home, Charlie was dead because he slipped in the shower and hit his head on the shower floor and died. 58 years old.
Oh.
58. Slipped in the shower and died. And it's so funny because these things, your life is so fragile. You know, you get reminded of that all the time. I remember back in the day, Russ Rollins, by the way, from the Monsters, he had a friend whose husband was doing some stuff in their attic above the garage and did not understand, I think, that you couldn't step on the drywall to support or misstepped or something like that. Stepped on the drywall, fell through the drywall, and then landed in the garage, and I don't think he made it. And it was just like he was just up there doing a chore. And, out of nowhere, just kind of makes one little wrong turn. Next thing you know, you're in a situation you can't manage.
Or it's not even in your case. Like I knew of a young man who he was in his early 30s, up on his roof, cleaning the gutters. No big problem, right? Fell off the roof, broke his femur, which, of course, your thigh bone, one of the biggest bones,
and
right?
It's supposed to be the most painful thing you can endure as a human.
So he's hospitalized. While they're transporting him via ambulance from one hospital to another, a blood clot ends up getting dislodged.
That happened to Carrot Top's manager. His old manager had a knee issue and either had a knee injury, had a knee surgery, or something like that. He was working in his shower at as he's rebuilding a bathroom in his house, doing just a project. And the blood clot, the thing broke through. Is it embolism? Is that what it's called?
I believe so, yeah.
Broke through and killed him immediately, like right there. Just killed him right in the shower. Like amazing, man. Just incredible. 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. We do have Cora Bertram coming in here in a second for Save the Manatee Club for Animal House.
Yep.
And you said you're going to be on the water this weekend?
I'm thinking about it.
Now, I have to ask. I mean, it's so funny. You're thinking about it. So you've been invited to go out on a boat with some friends?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt and Carrie, who took us out on the boat before.
Yeah, that's a picture you took that's up on our social. It was a while back.
Exactly.
Now, do you guys just cruise the lakes or do you go through the locks? Do you have a goal?
I think
the
just sandbar. Yeah, just go to the sandbar and then after that maybe go to Hurricanes.
Yeah, because there's a lot on that Lake County chain of lakes, Jack, which is like Lake Harris, Little Lake Harris, Eustis, Lake Eustis, is it Lake Joanna? No, that's not part of it.
No, Lake Dora, Lake Eustis, Lake Harris.
They're all connected by these little canals.
Right.
So once you live on one, you live on them all. And then you can go through the locks up through Lake Harris and actually go up into the Ocklawaha and out on the St. John's.
Silver Springs.
And up into the ocean if you feel like it.
Yeah,
I mean,
go
theoretically.
check out the monkeys.
But, yeah, man, that's a lot of fun.
I do want to thank the listeners who live on the Dora Canal who've already invited us to stop by.
Yeah. You might want to be careful there. I heard that Dora Canal area gets a little loose.
Party.
They get a little loose, Jack.
Yeah, they do.
They see an old boob or two.
Come on now.
What are you doing this weekend?
Probably go to some more Fringe shows. It's the final weekend of the Orlando Fringe.
Very nice.
We're going Sunday to see Ross and Joel.
Oh, fantastic.
Going Friday night to see Ross and Joel.
I might be going tomorrow night to see him for a second time.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I saw he put up the post today with the great reviews from not only the Orlando Sentinel, but the Orlando Weekly as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. I know Michael Wanzi, our friend Michael Wanzi, also said it was one of the best shows he's seen at Fringe in years.
I told him I saw it already on Friday. He's like, oh, you got to come again. We're better now. I'm like, what?
All right, 407-916-1041, Animal House next.
Your chance to win $1,000 in your hand is minutes away on Real Radio 104.1. Brought to you by Mills Air.
Traffic still heavy on I-4 both east and westbound today in the Orlando area between the Beach Line and 535 and through downtown between Michigan Street and Robinson Street. Stop-and-go traffic reported eastbound on the 408 due to a crash that blocks the right lane at Conway Road. If you run into other traffic problems today, just make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America. Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, so you can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America N.A. Copyright 2024.
Hey everybody, Jim Colbert here for my friends over at the Filatowski Eye Institute. If you've talked to anybody who's had LASIK surgery, they will tell you it is the best move they ever made. That's exactly what my father-in-law said. The only thing that he added is like, man, he should have done it way sooner than he did. And that's exactly what I'm saying to you guys. If you have eye issues out there and your quality of life just isn't right because of that, why not take advantage of this free LASIK consultation at the Filatowski Eye Institute? And it could not be easier just to make your appointment to see what they can do for you. Do this. Simply text 1041 to 868686. That way you can start your journey to better vision right now with the Filatowski Eye Institute. Now, look, these guys are the best. Now, they've been in town for years. They are the game in town. 65,000 LASIK procedures. They have the best tech out there. That gets you the best results every time. And if finances is a worry, do not stress. These guys even have a 24-month interest-free financing. Just text 1041 to 868686 and schedule your free LASIK consultation at the Filatowski Eye Institute. Your path to better vision is right now, guys.
Real Radio has your chance to win a dream home makeover. Up for grabs are a bathroom remodel, flooring, solar, roofing, and large appliances. Register now for your chance to win a $10,000 gift certificate for new flooring at The Best Floors and more. There are 5 different contests with each category offering its own unique benefits for improving your home to create the perfect living space. Get more details and enter at realradio.fm/contests.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anajar and Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In Office Orlando.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Seminole Hard Rock Tampa is excited to bring you live craps, roulette, and sports betting. All under one roof, hotter than the Florida sun. Feel the luck of the dice, watch the roulette wheel spin, and scream for your touchdown as the big screen comes alive. Dine like a rock star, sip cocktails that shimmer, then dive into the heart of Las Vegas right here in Tampa Bay. Live craps, roulette, sports betting is here. Get in on the action now. Only at Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Tampa, located off of I-4 near I-75. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-10-MINUTE.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Download the iHeartRadio app and listen to thousands of live radio stations, podcasts, and stream unlimited music playlists for any mood or activity. Powered by City Kia, Central Florida's favorite auto dealer.
City Kia.
The number one cause of accidents is distracted driving, like cell phones, eating, and playing with the radio. So leave it right here on Real Radio. Injured on the go? Just call Mo.com. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorney.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, "Navage is the best thing I bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing." Or this one, "I use Navage every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I breathe so much better." Unquote. Those are 2 of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Do you have AC needs? Turn to the experts at Carrier. Go to millsair.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because clients and character matter. Contact them at whenyounneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. WIN. W-I-N. WIN. Enter it now on our website, realradio.fm. Good luck.
You can watch radio being made on a daily basis at Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Soul Man here. I got a weird smell for you. And to top it off, I had a girlfriend at the same time that liked the smell too. You know when you're driving down the road and you know a skunk's been in the area? Yeah. It's not that I'd want to smell like it walking around all day, but it certainly didn't bother me. She kind of liked it too.
Okay, that's scary.
We were weirdos.
Yeah, you are a weirdo.
Natural
like
smell.
the smell of some big booty cheese. Stank, man.
What?
Ew. I hate stinky cheese.
If you're riding down the road and your woman reacts positively to a skunk smell, open said door, kick woman said out. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Your 4 o'clock keyword is WIN, W-I-N. Go to realradio.fm and send that out for your chance at $1,000, guys. WIN is your 4 o'clock keyword. We hope you win for sure. Get over there and get that money.
Money, money, money.
Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Jack. And Deb has Animal House.
She likes them fuzzy, furry, feathery, tough, and scaly. It's time for Animal House with Deborah Roberts.
And as always, Animal House is generously brought to you by personal injury attorney Glenn Klausman at Klausman Law. We'll tell you how to get in touch with Glenn at the end of Animal House, but now, please join me in welcoming back a regular and a much-loved guest, Cora Burcham from the Save the Manatee Club. Yay!
Happy to be back.
How's it going, Cora?
Very good, very good.
Yeah?
Look how smiley she is. I love this.
I know.
What's got you so happy, man?
Well, you know, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the summer and the heat, like I just said, but, you know, I'm still in a good mood.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's good. Glad to hear that. We're happy you're in a good mood. So how's things been?
Pretty good. I mean, on the manatee front, you know, manatees are doing better. Some of the seagrass has come back.
I was
so
just
we've
about
seen,
to ask.
you know, less mortalities for sure, but we're also entering the summer boating season. So I think it's a great time to, you know, revisit some of the stuff and talk about manatees. And,
yeah. Still, just a real, I mean, I know we had a problem with them over the last 2 or 3 years with their lack of food in the lagoon and issues of that nature. Is boating still the number one foe of manatees?
It's really tough to tell because with a large percentage of manatees, they actually don't do a necropsy, so they don't really know what happened to them. But boating is still like the number one human-related cause of death, unfortunately.
And, you know, and now that Chris and I are hanging out with a couple who are avid boaters, They shared that more often than not, the kind of behavior that you hate to see on the water, the going too fast in a no-wake zone, harassing wildlife, going up on the dunes, is really visitors more than locals.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Does the Save the Manatee Club have any kind of outreach to our visitors?
What a great question.
Yes, yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, we're targeting, visitors as well as locals, really everybody, because a lot of people think it's boats against manatees, and it's not necessarily. There's a ton of really responsible boaters who, watch out for these manatees and initiate rescues, but it's all about education, really. A lot of people come here to Florida and they don't even know what a manatee is. They've never seen a manatee before, let alone know how to watch for one.
Right. And it's the number one way is just to obey the speed laws, because if you stay in the channels, right, and you're doing the speed, there's really that's what you're being asked to do, right? Just don't venture out of the channels, watch your speed in those areas, and aren't they always clearly marked specifically over there in the Indian River and stuff, like where their manatees are prevalent?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a ton of signs out there, letting you know to go in a slow speed zone, idle speed. I mean, obviously, manatees can be anywhere. They're usually in really shallow areas. That's where they're feeding. So definitely try to stay out of those areas. But I mean, they're traveling, so they may be crossing those channels as well. So just, keeping an extra eye out, wearing polarized sunglasses. I don't know if you have a pair, but that's a really highly recommended thing to bring with you.
Polarized sunglasses.
Because it can cut through that glare on the water, and you can see stuff underneath the water a lot easier than just regular sunglasses.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, so we know that they migrate to the springs during the winter, because even though this 70-degree water is really cold to us, it's way warmer than the water elsewhere. Do they, when they start to disperse from the springs as the waters warm up, is this that season right now? And when is their birthing season?
Great question. So, yes, they're absolutely on the move right now. As it warms up, they're moving out. So you can find them in like rivers, coastal areas, estuaries and things. And exactly like you're saying, their mating season is actually like right now. So spring and summer are usually the times when you see most of the mating happening.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, if you're not used to seeing that, it can be shocking.
And that's the next thing I want to bring up, because even though we joked about it last year, you do get an increase of people calling 911 or the FWC thinking that they're seeing manatees in distress.
Or sea monsters. because when they get down, it is raucous.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, they make some damn noise.
How big is that herd?
Yeah, I mean, there's one female who is in heat or in estrus, and she is followed by, 10, 20, sometimes 30 males. And that can go on for a couple of hours, sometimes even a couple of days. Oftentimes
like
in really shallow water. So, I mean, it definitely looks a little distressing. So I can totally see how people get, concerned and, call 911. You don't have to do that. But,
just leave them alone.
Yeah, Deb just had a college flashback. Give her a second.
Yeah, it was a little bit like nickel beer night.
Followed by 30 men.
One female, 30 males. Just trying to put that flipper up and let it be seen. Someone come and get me.
That sounds like a safe Wisconsin ratio. 30 ice fishers to one chick.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, very
good.
But
I mean, is that dangerous for that female? I mean, obviously not. They know what they're doing. They've evolved to this. But that sounds like a drowning risk for that one female if, it's 20, 30 males.
Every once in a blue moon, unfortunately, that does happen. And we do see some females beaching themselves. So they're trying to get away from those males and, take a little bit of a break. So
I beached myself before, Cora. Come on.
Hey, I
be
guess
honest.
we all have, right?
And for our friends in Bethlehem, that's like going to your mama's house. Got to get away from Daryl for the weekend. He came home. He came home from working out of town, and he is ready to get loose.
And you just literally.
I'm gonna go to my mama's house, Daryl. You come on down now.
If you see a female beaching herself, again, don't call FWC. Assume that they know what they're doing and how to get out of that situation, or is that a case where you should call?
That's a case where you should call FWC just so they can get out there and make sure she's fine. Try not to push her back into the water yourself, because she beached herself for a reason, so you don't want to just push her out there in front of all those waiting males in the vicinity. And, manatees are gentle giants, but they are very heavy and very large animals. So you just really don't want to get too close and have that animal roll on you or flip out or whatever.
And if you're in the shallow water and you kind of approach them or whatever and you see them doing the thing, you got to be careful, because even though they are gentle, they are giants and they are very strong. And that tail of theirs has got to weigh a couple 100 pounds. They get that thing moving toward you, it could be bad news.
Absolutely. I mean, we have had, experienced rescue staff, get hit by manatee by a flipper or a tail or something. And it can be very painful. So absolutely keep your distance. You really don't want to get caught in the middle of that.
And not only that, it is against the law, isn't it? It's against the law to touch, harass, approach, try to swim with manatees. So if you're not in an approved group, don't do it on your own, right?
Well, those 30 males are not listening. They are not adhering to the rules. Cora, you are not getting through to them.
I mean, why would someone want to be in the middle of 30 mating manatees? I don't even understand it. I want to watch it from a distance, and I'm good with that.
Have you heard of TikTok?
Exactly.
Have you heard of TikTok?
There's a little thing called the internet, Cora. You may want to look at it / not look at it.
Yeah, there's some guy a couple of weeks ago who thought it'd be fun to kick a bison.
Oh, and the one that just got killed by the moose.
Right, exactly.
He was
trying
trying
to take pictures.
Of the calves.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. What is the number one offense when it comes to stupidity when it comes to manatees? Do people try to approach them like they do, like you hear about with other wildlife, specifically out in the national parks?
Yeah, no, I mean, we've had, incidences where people would jump on manatees, where they would try to ride a manatee. We had one YouTube video, I don't know, where someone would film themselves doing it and then post it on YouTube, but a couple of years ago, some kids jumping off a dock onto a mom and calf pair, which, that's just really horrendous. I mean, why would you want to do that?
Right, yeah.
So just call me. I'll take care of them. I'll take good care of them.
So is there any way that people can learn more? I know that you have websites, and I know that people, you can also accept donations. Are you still doing the thing where you can name one or something like that?
Yes, you can adopt one. So they are already
For
named,
Father's Day.
Exactly, you can adopt them for Father's Day or, any occasion coming up. So yeah, SaveTheManatee.org, you can find, our adoption program. Following us on social media, this week is actually National Safe Boating Week, so we have this big campaign going on. If you follow us on like Instagram or Facebook, we have a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, I encourage that, kids. Do yourself a favor. Don't buy Dad that new driver he's been dying for. Adopt a manatee on his behalf.
That'll be great. There's a lot of dads who'd like that, right, Jack?
Kids should not be buying drivers for their dad.
They should, Jack. You're dumb.
A several $100 golf club? I don't think so.
That's the statement of a guy who eats leftover grilled cheese.
It was peanut butter and jelly. Get it right.
On sourdough. Come on.
Sourdough. But it's a thoughtful gift. And if anything, you want to teach your kids to be thoughtful. So don't do like Jim. Do what Cora says.
If a pair of Skechers came to life.
Real quick, Cora, before you go, what should people do if they see someone harassing wildlife, manatees or elsewhere? Who do you call if you're out on the water this weekend and you see someone acting the fool?
Yeah, you call the FWC Wildlife Alert Hotline. So the number is 1-888-404-3922. Or just, Google FWC, pound FWC will get you there. And if you see anything, whether that's harassment or an injured manatee or a dead manatee, call that in, especially this weekend, Memorial Day coming up. We're all going to be out on the water. So that's the way to go.
And what better time to see a Chad face planted into his dad's expensive boat for effing with the manatee? What better way could cap off your Memorial Day weekend?
That would be awesome.
To see some angry ex-Marine who's now with the FWC just grab Chaz by his neck and just plant it straight into the side of the console of his old man's boat for being a douchebag to a manatee.
Oh, it's like Christmas already.
Somebody like the fireplace.
Well, Cora, as always, thank you so much for coming in. Have a great weekend. Be safe diving this weekend, and we'll see you again soon.
Absolutely.
Good and loud for Cora, guys.
Yay! And those mating manatee herds. And as always, the Animal House is brought to you by Glenn Klausman over at Klausman
I was
Law.
just trying to catch some fish. Next thing you know, I'm in this swirling mess of sex. I got slapped by an 80-pound tail. Cost me a bath.
You or someone you know and love have been in a car, truck, motorcycle, even a slip and fall accident.
What's all this stuff floating around?
Here's a couple of reasons. That just grossed Cora out. Well, they need to call Glenn Klausman over at Klausman Law. One, he never passes you off to a caseworker. Glenn is going to personally handle your case, so much so he's going to give you his cell phone number and then pick it up when you call. Just a couple of reasons why year after year he's voted super lawyer and legal elite, but he's also an animal lover and he's truly a friend of the show. So if you've been in any kind of accident, give him a call at 407-917-1718 or check him out online at klausmanlaw.com. That's KLAUSMAN law.com. What, Jimmy?
Takes me to this guy says, hey, Dad, I saw this sea cow and thought of you. Happy Father's Day. You can just see your dad swinging on an 11-year-old who thought he was doing the right thing. I don't know why that's so funny to me.
Where's
Anyway,
my driver?
good to see you, Cora, as always. We appreciate it.
She's like,
Absolutely.
I don't know
All
why
right.
I come back
All right,
here.
I told you I've been hammered at the VFW since yesterday afternoon. Dev's been drinking neutral since midnight. All right, 407-916-1041. Your 4 o'clock keyword is WIN, W-I-N. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your shot at $1,000. Back in just 1 sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Real Radio is.
Monsters in the morning.
Gentlemen, everyone bring in their favorite piece of meat tomorrow. And collectively, all 4 of us will spank the meats with our seasoning.
They won't care if we do it.
Yes, they will.
The Monsters in the morning.
Real Radio 104.1.
Heavy traffic reported along I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area, east and westbound by the major attractions exits and through downtown. Looking at a crash now blocking the westbound shoulder on I-4 at Darkskin Drive. If you happen to see any other traffic problems in the Orlando area this afternoon, just make sure you're calling the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Osceola East Emergency. HCA Florida Osceola East Emergency in St. Cloud at 4920 East Erlo Bronson Highway is now open 24/7. Visit hcafloridahealthcare.com to learn more. This emergency department is part of HCA Florida Osceola Hospital. This is not an urgent care center. Its services are billed at hospital rates.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
It's time for the Mount Dora Corn Festival, May 24th and 25th. Live music from Shelby Darrell, Mark Wills, 9 Days, and Will Jones. Fun for all with corn eating and cornhole contest, petting zoo, kids area, and fireworks. Free shuttle parking's available. For tickets and information, go to MountDoraCornFest.com. Sponsored by Med Spa Mount Dora, Visit Lake, and the City of Mount Dora. Don't miss the Mount Dora Corn Festival, where corn is king and fun is mandatory.
This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate our members who go above and beyond every single day. That's why we thought you might want to hear some special thank you messages from your friends and family.
I want to give a shout out to my brother AZ1 Archie Castillo.
Hi, I want to give a shout out to my friend Colin, who's currently serving in the Army. Thanks for all you do. Happy Military Appreciation Month.
And from all of us here, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage.
pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Experience life now at Orlando Science Center. Life is an all-new nature and conservation exhibit featuring animals and immersive galleries. Explore the ocean, swamp, and rainforest and encounter the animals that call these ecosystems home. Meet a sleepy sloth, playful monkeys, a baby shark, a curious owl, and their friends. Learn about issues impacting their habitats and how you can make a difference. This is life at Orlando Science Center. Get tickets and more info at osc.org.
Tommy Mello here, owner of A1 Garage Door Service. Springtime savings are here, and now is the perfect time to service your garage. Replacing the bottom rubber on your garage door can have a huge impact on the number of bugs you see in your garage and in your home.
A1 from day one. 16th Minute of Fame is the new weekly podcast hosted by me, Jamie Loftus. And every week, we take a closer look at an internet character of the day. Bean Dad, The Dress, 30 to 50 feral hogs. If you knew what any of those were, you spend too much time online. And I do too. Who are they? What made them notorious? Why did the internet choose them? And what does a person do when they get more attention than the human psyche can handle? Listen to 16th Minute of Fame on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search 16th Minute of Fame.
The Big Bang Theory, weeknights at 7, 7:30, and 11 on CW18.
Real Radio is on Instagram at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe and watch.
About a year ago, I had a panic attack in the shower. I'm a pretty big guy, and couldn't get traction in the bottom of the shower, and was afraid I was going to fall. And being a big guy, you definitely don't want to fall in the shower. So ever since then, I've had a suction rubber mat to go in the bottom of the shower. Also, Jimmy, you got to tell the story of how you were in the attic and nearly suffocated in your insulation.
That's absolutely the truth. You guys remember that, right? Man, that's the closest that's the only time in my life I thought I was actually possibly could die.
Really?
Yeah, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. WIN, by the way, is your 4 o'clock keyword. WIN. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000.
How many houses ago was this?
This would have been when I lived next to Code Black over here in the neighborhood.
Legit question, my favorite, the lake house.
No, the one before that.
Oh, I didn't know that one.
Yeah, the one before that. So
is that even better than the lake house?
No. So we had sprayed in insulation. You guys know what that is?
Yes. Oh yeah.
It's not the foam. It's the it's basically old paper that's been treated with a fire retardant. And what you do is you spray this instead of laying the roll or batted insulation that you're used to seeing.
Oh, that great fiberglass that gets everywhere.
Right. This you just basically put into a hopper. You break it up. The hopper breaks it up, and then it sprays it out. And you just basically can stand there and spray insulation in your house. That's how most people that I know do it now, especially in the attic, or only in the attic, actually. We had done that, and then I was installing a television on our back patio. But the power, I didn't want the power cord running up the wall, so I installed an outlet right there. But I still had to run the power cord and the cable cord through the ceiling. But where I needed to do that, I had to crawl down to where the ceiling or the roof meets it's not girders. What is it? There's a word for it.
Trusses?
Yeah, trusses, exactly. So you really got to get down there, right?
Yeah.
So I'm wedging my body head first.
Oh no.
Down in here. It's August. The only people home are my kids, and they are, I think, 9 and 10 at the time. And I'm in the attic, and I'm trying to catch my breath because I'm running out of breath. And you got to remember, I'm probably a good 25 feet away from the attic door, and that's dodging like alarm wires and other wires that are running and plumbing and stuff running through my attic. So I've got to dodge all that to get out to my attic door. And I knew that I could do this job and get out with no problem before the heat hit. What I didn't realize is as I'm basically doing a push-up and walking myself down the trusses, I was like, well, I'll just lay my chest on this truss and rest for a second. But what I didn't realize is when I put my head down, I couldn't see. When I put my head down, I put it right down in the middle of a batch of this blown-in insulation, and I sucked it into my throat.
Oh, no.
Well, that old newspaper is basically what it is, and it acts like a sponge.
Well, yeah, it's like paper mache.
It's exactly what it's like. And when my throat, when my saliva hit that, it immediately turned into basically like a plug in my throat.
Oh, my God.
And I started panicking immediately. And you got to remember also, it was 130 degrees in the ceiling, in the roof. So I'm also on top of that. I'm sweating profusely and on the verge of like getting that cold thing you get when you're getting that. So I get up and I'm OSing like crazy. I'm legit like I have this life before my eyes thing because I know that the kids aren't gonna be able to really help me. I can't talk. I can't even tell them to call 911. So I get up and I'm walking on the trusses as fast as I can, not panicking. Because I know, don't panic.
Second you panic, it's over. Yeah.
I get to the ladder. I get down into the garage, and my kid says I look like an apple. My head was so red, and I was coughing, and I was able to get enough air past that to create a bubble where I could start coughing it up. And little by little, as I'm standing in the pool, my head was so hot that when I dipped it in the shallow end of my pool, when I went to touch my head with my hands, my head had made the water around my head hot to the touch.
I wouldn't be surprised
Like,
if steam was coming off of it.
It was insane. That's the closest I think I've ever come to OS. This could be it. That was a legit opportunity to be dead.
So,
and just simply trying to install a stupid television on the back patio. Never even thought for a second there'd be a problem or there'd be a life-altering scenario there.
You finished the job that day, right?
Yeah, I got it done for sure, Jack. We watched TV that afternoon. Yeah, we watched Weird Ways to Die that afternoon. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Hey, so there's a story I wanted to talk about. It's not about the exact story itself, but something that happened in that, and then a corresponding podcast I was listening to. So Rex Heuermann.
Yeah, the
right?
Gilgo Beach, the suspected Gilgo Beach serial killer.
Right. So he is, there was a picture of him because he had to appear in court again here recently.
Yeah, they just executed another search warrant at his Long Island home yesterday.
Right, and I guess that his family also kept a pretty gruesome piece of evidence. There was a book that you could buy back in the day called the Death Scenes, Homicide Detective Scrapbook. And it was basically a homicide detective's book of photographs they took as evidence at horrific crime scenes. They had this just laying on the table in their house. This is, by the way, the wife and the
daughter
and Rex.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But when I was watching, when I looked at the photograph of him in court, I noticed that he had horrific acne. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
Yeah,
scarring.
Really bad acne, and that what's it called when it has forms like a crust around it? There's a word for that. It looks crusty, almost white. It's different kind of acne than just regular acne.
Not psoriatic.
No, that's arthritis, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think but there is a separate kind of acne. There's another word that they use for it that describes it, and it's severe.
Texters will get it.
Yeah, they will.
I believe in them.
And then the weird thing is this. So here's the crazy thing. So did you guys deal with acne as a kid?
Yes.
Yes.
Bad?
Bad enough.
Yeah, it had to go bad enough. Exactly.
Did you scar as a kid? Did you get picked on about it?
Not so much.
Not so bad. You didn't get the whole zit face or any of that stuff?
No, it wasn't that bad.
Just normal acne, right?
Yeah.
You?
Normal acne.
Yeah, normal acne. I think I had even maybe less than normal acne. I was blessed. I really didn't have to deal with it very bad. But you know who had to? And it's just kind of weird hearing somebody that is this good looking and this kind of, superstar is Chris Pine. The actor Chris Pine. Now, did he play one of the
Kirks?
Yeah, he played Captain Kirk on Star Trek: The Next Generation or whatever.
Not The Next Generation. It was the reboot of the movie series, and I believe they had three.
Right.
3 movies.
And now he wears a beard. And I think he was just on Marin, is why I was doing either Marin or Smartless. And hearing him talk, who's his dad, right?
I do not.
He was the chief from Chips.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Robert Pine, the blonde-headed guy. That's Chris Pine's father.
Oh, wow.
So they've been in Hollywood for years and stuff. But he was talking about living with acne as a kid and how horrible it was. And I, of course, I know my kid. I have 4 kids, and they dealt with it on and off their entire lives as well. But the kids they had in school dealt with it, and man, it was
like if you have to take Accutane, cystic acne.
Cystic acne, that's
it.
it.
The one, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Real Mobile.
Yeah. And I was just kind of looking at it. I was like, man, it's so weird because when you see that on people who it seems to kind of fit, it almost seems fitting. Like when you see a guy like, 6'5" ogre, serial killer, like,
right. Like Kierman.
Right, exactly. But then when you hear about people like this guy, Pine, who's like a big time movie star and everything dealing with it, it kind of made it does not normalize it by any means, because it just shows that it doesn't really pick and choose, obviously, who it hits. And I wonder how many people in our audience had to deal with that as they were growing up, that severe acne thing, and had to take those drugs, because that Accutane thing was bad news, right?
Very.
For a lot of the girls, it was causing some suicidal
ideology, suicidal thoughts.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, back to your almost taking in a mouthful of insulation and thinking you were going to die. At least you weren't this person, Jimmy. Texter at Real Mobile 77031. When I was 18 and working at Publix in the deli, this was like 1987, people used to bring back bleach and soap so we can mop the floors. Well, somebody brought back bleach and ammonia, and I mixed them. Looked in the bucket as it sizzled and got a big swath of mustard gas. They had to evacuate the store, and I was in intensive care for 3 days.
Wow.
Thought I was going to die.
Ready? Did that very thing at the Winn-Dixie I worked at, my very first job in Palatka, Florida.
No.
When you wash all the machines because here's how they do it, right? Well, this is how they did do it. I don't know. I'm sure they have a much easier or much more professional approach. But what they would do in the old Winn-Dixie that I worked at is when they shut the meat department down for the night, they would take all the parts of the machines and take them apart. And they had this giant hose where the water was like almost, like 180 degrees or whatever it was. And your job was to go get them like 6 gallons of bleach. And you would leave the bleach at the door, and they would take it back there, and they would mix the bleach in with the water, and they would spray everything down with that hot, bleachy water, then just basically squeegee it into the drains. And that's how they cleaned all the machinery there, right? Well, as a stock boy, I was at there, my whole job was to, stock shelves, sweep the floors, mop the floors, just take care of the store. I mean, the normal thing you do as a kid working at a grocery store. And one of the guys came out and yelled, where's my bleach? Because they wanted to get the hell out of there. It was like a Friday night. And I ran in there and grabbed what I thought was 6 bottles of bleach, but they put the bleach right next to the ammonia. And one of the things was ammonia. And thank God the guy in the department immediately noticed it, because he had put the bleach down first. And as soon as the ammonia hit it, they knew OS. They knew exactly what they meant, because they could smell the ammonia and immediately doused it with all that water and washed it all down, so it didn't become an issue. But it could have been bad news. I think that's a relatively common thing to happen.
It's so dangerous and so available.
I know.
And so easy.
Jack, they're beside each other in the store.
Yeah, and you hear about that like at water parks or at different resorts. You'll have, someone who doesn't know the chemistry of just a simple couple household cleaners, ammonia and bleach, will create mustard gas. I had no idea.
Did you guys ever have a situation like when I was just telling you about a second ago with the whole breathing? Did you guys ever have a situation where you thought your life was going to be like, that you kind of saw that thing happening? Have you ever been there, like a fall or?
Yeah, the moped accident when I T-boned the car, flipped over, landed on my head. And I remember, and it was a week after the helmet law passed, so I was wearing a helmet.
Oh, God bless you.
However, I was rolling on the ground, and I thought that was it. I thought
really?
Yeah.
And you were young, right? Like in
16?
16?
Yeah.
You ever have anything like that?
I do. I just can't remember anything at the moment.
I fell out of a boat as a kid. And my dad, and if you've ever been up to the Ocklawaha River, that water is like oil. I mean, you've heard of tannic water. This is like, I mean, this is coffee. It's basically you're in a river of coffee.
Yep.
If you're 6 inches below the surface of the water, you cannot be seen. It's that dark. I'm not joking you. And anybody listening that lives up there in that area or has been up in that area, they know exactly what I'm talking about. That water is tannic. I fell out as a kid on a John boat, and my dad literally fished me out of that river with one hand and just got lucky that he hit me when I went under. I was on the front of the boat, and he stopped the boat, and I wasn't ready. And you know how they'll lurch forward when you stop them?
Mm-hmm.
I lurched right over the front of it and went in. But I don't remember it. I was just told.
I had an uncle who we were visiting, staying on the island, living with my grandmother for the summer. And he took us out on his catamaran, my brother and I. I was 11, he was 9.
Horrifying.
Tips us sideways. We fall off onto a sandbar, and he and his friend just take off.
Oh, really?
And we're just standing there like, are you coming back?
Like a quarter mile out.
Exactly. Are you coming back?
Well, Code Black was telling me they were out in the ocean.
He did come back.
They were out in the ocean on his boat a few weeks back, and the storms in Florida this time of year, you could be out there, it could be perfect and then not perfect. And he said they got caught in a storm coming back the other day, and it was coin flip. Like, 6-foot seas in a boat that's only 23 feet is not good.
Yeah, no, they had a boat that got struck by lightning off the coast of Brevard County, and they had to rescue like about 7 or 8 people because their boat was disabled.
I thought the captain got struck.
Oh, wow, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I just know that lightning struck the boat, and it was like one of those stories you've talked about with Code Black. One moment, it's beautiful blue skies, you're having a great day on the water, and 30 seconds later...
You are WTFing.
Exactly, and wondering and hoping and praying you're going to make it back to shore.
My wife just did a thing at Grills, that bar over off Lake Fairview.
Yeah.
They just did a company thing the other day, but before last week, we had to go over there to kind of, they were setting it up, so we met her over there for dinner. And I was out there looking at Lake Fairview, and it just hit me while I was sitting there. This is where the crew guys got struck by lightning.
Oh, wow.
The crew team, I think, from Edgewater High School.
Yeah, exactly.
Or Bishop Moore, one of the two.
Right,
because
exactly.
It's all right there. They all use the lake for crew, and they're out there on that lake. And the funny thing is like, I forgot how big that lake is.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty big body of water. And I was like, man, how can, as a coach, or as a director, how can you not see a storm coming into Central Florida and that area when they gather so quickly and you can see the black? Like, you got to get those people off the water.
And I think that's part of the possible litigation going around after that case.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 771.
It's 20 to 5 already.
Yeah, no, 77031. There's a very interesting story I wanted to kind of talk about.
What?
Well, it's not. It's not that it's bad or anything like that. It's
What?
Well, it's a little too close to home right now. We won't do that one quite yet. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Yes, Jack.
The Monsters have a night of comedy coming up at the Funny Bone. This is happening on June 27th. It's presented by the law offices of Kaufman and Lind. But they have some special guests, and they announced another one. We mentioned it yesterday, but Russ is hosting it. Angel's going to be DJing. Ryan Holmes will be headlining the event, but also they're going to have the Monster Girls, Amber Nova, Angelique will be there, Daisy Del Toro. Jeff Kaufman is performing as well. James Yan and Miguel Colon, both former Comedians of the Year for the Monsters. They've added another former Monster Comedian of the Year by the name of Ross Padgett.
Whoa!
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
He'll be doing stand-up as well on that night. And GA tickets are available right now at realradio.fm/comedy. Get them before they sell out. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a party night because it's a Thursday night, and they're taking off the next day, so they'll be partying.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But you can be there as well. It's realradio.fm/comedy.
You got it, buddy. 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. If you want to leave a talk back at a close brush with death that you have, I'd love to hear it because these stories are super interesting. Just go to the iHeartRadio app, go to Real Radio, and send it to Jack using that microphone. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
You text us at 77031, and we say it on the air. Sometimes. We might even give you credit. Standard data and message rates apply. Real Mobile is powered by Orange Buick GMC and OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air. Going on Central Florida, I'm Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Bergen here. We are having a heat wave for the holiday weekend. The unofficial start of summer will be feeling every bit like it. Temperatures each afternoon in the upper half of the 90s across Central Florida. Humidity not too bad. We won't have heat advisories, but there will be a heat index probably between 100 and 105 each afternoon. So just be wary of that. Be safe if you're going to be outside in the sunshine for extended time this weekend.
This report is sponsored by Batteries Plus. Batteries Plus offers a wide array of battery and lighting solutions, along with key fob programming and expert phone repair, with locally owned stores in your neighborhood as well as commercial accounts to power your business. Power on with Batteries Plus. Visit one of their 700-plus locations today.
Buying a diamond is one of the hardest things a guy can do.
Meet International Diamond Center owner Keith LeClaire.
It's not my job to sell you. My job is to protect you.
And that starts with fair pricing.
We don't play pricing games. We don't mark it up 400% to give you 50% off to make you feel like you got a good deal. We price it straight.
No retail games, no nonsense. Just rock-bottom prices on one of the largest selections of certified diamonds in America.
Most stores are going to be able to show you 3, 4, 5, maybe 6, 7. We can show you hundreds and hundreds of diamonds.
International Diamond Center, the only store here owned by a major diamond supplier with worldwide connections and enormous buying power, so you can buy like a dealer buys.
I've done all the hard work to bring the best value, the best quality diamond to you direct, period.
Exquisite diamonds straight from the diamond cutters.
There is no middleman. It's cutter, us, you.
International Diamond Center, 4 Orlando locations, and online at shopidc.com.
Before you ask her, ask us.
A Fifth Third Better means we put in 166.7%.
What does that mean?
Well, at Fifth Third Bank, our name equals 166.7%. So that's how hard we work. That means free checking, no hidden fees, and helping to protect your identity.
Explain it in baseball terms?
It's a home run.
Basketball terms?
It's a slam dunk.
Football.
Touchdown.
Highlight?
Buzzball.
Cricket.
Golden duck.
Wow. Guess that really is a Fifth Third Better.
That's what a Fifth Third Better means. This is banking a Fifth Third Better. Fifth Third Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Wayne Newton, Mr. Las Vegas, live June 2nd inside Hard Rock Event Center at Seminole Hard Rock Tampa. Unlike any show Mr. Las Vegas has done before. Hear never-before-told stories of one of the most celebrated entertainers of all time, as well as singing crowd favorites and playing an assortment of instruments he has perfected over the years. On sale now at hardrocktampa.com or ticketmaster.com. Wayne Newton, live, Seminole Hard Rock Tampa.
I love playing pranks on my sister, and this deal going on at McDonald's is my chance to take the lead. Enjoy any 2 items for $3.79. From the iconic McDouble, the McChicken, a 4-piece chicken McNuggets, small fries, to even a small soft drink. I'm gonna pair my McDouble with her small fries, but secretly pull her fries out of the bag. She won't even notice. Hey, where'd the fries go? Sounds like my prank just got fried. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Single item at regular price.
What's better than air conditioning? A portable air conditioner you can take anywhere. Enter McDonald's frozen drinks. I call them air cup-ditioners. Air cup-ditioners come in all my fave flavors, like frozen Coke, frozen Fanta Blue Raspberry, and frozen Sprite Lemonade. And they're incredibly cost-effective. Any size is just $1.49 after breakfast hours. My air cup-ditioner is on full blast. Air drinks. And there are drinks from McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Coca-Cola, Fanta, Sprite, and Lemonade are registered trademarks of the Coca-Cola Company.
Kick off your summer with iHeart80s. iHeart80s goes commercial-free all Memorial Day weekend and every weekend. Open the app, search iHeart80s, and start listening now. Free never sounded so good.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
At Mayo Clinic in Florida, we are predicting the unpredictable. Our experts are using a patient's own anatomy to create 3D printed, life-size organ models to map out challenges ahead of time, making complex surgeries more precise, efficient, and less invasive. We are making more possible at Mayo Clinic because every day we're doing what's never been done. Learn more at mayoclinic.org/possible. Mayo Clinic, you know where to go.
Are you bogged down with constant sneezing, watery eyes, and congestion? Do you get sinus headaches and infections? No one should have to suffer season after season. And thanks to Aspire Allergy and Sinus, treating your allergies is easier than you think. With personalized treatment plans tailored to your needs and budget, you can say goodbye to allergy and sinus issues for good. Book your appointment today at AspireAllergy.com. Aspire Allergy and Sinus, where relief is just around the corner. AspireAllergy.com.
Divorce? Call Trenley and Kramer. TK Law. OneFirmForLife.com.
Real Radio 104.1.
At work, just pretend you're on a Zoom call with us. The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe and watch.
Hey Orlando, it's Danielle Rod, and I'm inviting you to my solo show at the Orlando Fringe Festival today at 6:20 p.m. It's called The Process is Ugly, a story about Devi, an ill-tempered woman who travels the world in search of a cure-all for her traumas and triggers. It's a silly little story inspired by big feelings, but trigger warning for adult themes. I've got 3 shows left, including today's at 6:20, so come to the Scarlet venue at the Orlando Family Stage. Be sure to grab your Fringe button at the box office. See you there.
All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. 4 o'clock keyword is win, W-I-N. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Welcome back. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
And Jack is here as well. Apple Music, top 100 albums.
Oh,
Apple Music, top 100 albums.
I agree. I agree with them.
You agree with it?
Yep.
You saw the number 1?
Yep.
Stop right there. You see it, Jack?
Nope. Last time I heard you were complaining about number 80 or something.
Yeah, I stopped looking at it. I got so angry, but they just released the rest of them now. I got the entire list now. But I mean, you know, I will tell you, you know, I don't disagree with 20 through 11 so much. Pet Sounds from the Beach Boys comes in at 20.
Big one, yeah.
The Chronic from Dr. Dre comes in at 19.
Hello.
1989, Taylor's version comes in at 18.
Hard to deny her.
What's Going On, Marvin Gaye.
Yep.
Number 17.
Oh, such a good song.
Blue from Joni Mitchell. 21 from Adele. Highway 61 Revisited by Bob Dylan. The Blueprint by Jay-Z. OK Computer by Radiohead. And for years, for the record, I remember OK Computer to Music Goons was the best album ever. Like that was, you know, and going into the 90s and early 2000s, everybody wanted OK Computer. Like Radiohead was the band, right? And then Rumors from Fleetwood Mac is number 11.
Another good album.
Okay, now that was redemption for me. Top 10, not so much. Lemonade from Beyonce. By the way, and again, I know that I come from a different era of music, and I know that these people are now the influencers of music. But the idea that in the top 20 albums of all time, there's not one Led Zeppelin album or one Pink Floyd album, does that seem a little silly?
Yeah, Dark Side of the Moon has the record for the amount of time on the charts, and AC/DC Back in Black just is like top 3 or top 2, and that's recent.
And again, again, I'm just asking, you know, I can't get mad about it. People get mad when I get mad. But I'm just asking, in the top 20 albums
show title
in the history of music, you're telling me that not one Led Zeppelin or one Pink Floyd album makes it into the top 20. That, to me, that seems implausible. Number 10, Beyonce's Lemonade. Number 9, Nevermind by Nirvana. Again, a generational game-changing album. You can't deny its top 10 space. Back to Black by Amy Winehouse makes it the number 8 of the greatest albums ever according to Apple Music.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Kendrick Lamar's "Good Kid," Mad City Deluxe version.
Kendrick Lamar, Not Like Us.
Number 7. That's the number 7 greatest album of all time.
You're trying so hard not to lose your S. I want to commend you on that, Jimmy.
Songs in the Key of Life by Stevie Wonder. No one denies that. No one can deny Stevie Wonder.
So it's not all black artists you're against.
No, it has nothing to do with it being black artists. It has nothing to do with it. Purple Rain from Prince should have been up there. No question, top 5 album of all time.
Yeah.
There's a black guy for you, Jack.
Yep, that's 2. You got 2 in your top 10.
Oh, Frank Ocean's Blonde. I've never heard it. I know he's a talented guy, and I hear it's an amazing album. Is it top 5 albums of all time? Not 100 on that.
It's hard to say it would be if you
right.
I don't know. Have you heard it?
Yeah. I have not heard it.
Neither
so
have I.
I don't know. Abbey Road by the Beatles is number 3. And again, I mean, it's okay. And then Thriller by Michael Jackson is number 2. And number 1, the greatest album of music ever recorded, according to Apple Music, is
Born to Run.
Oh, by the way, no Springsteen, buddy. Are you kidding?
Yeah, I know.
There's not one Springsteen album in the top 20.
I get it.
You're fine with that. No problem.
Whatever.
No problem. A guy with a 60-year career has been making relevant music most of his life, does not have an album in the top 20, but Kendrick Lamar does.
Yeah.
A guy who's been making music for, 10 years?
Yeah.
The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill is the best album ever, according to Apple Music.
Required road trip music for me.
Yeah. And I know that's
She's
a great
the one who
album.
shows up late, right?
Yeah.
Hours and hours and hours.
I can't be bothered with her.
Yeah, me either, buddy. I got no time for it either.
Yeah.
Oh God,
Your disrespect turns me
I don't
off.
even know where we have to go to find a Springsteen album. Jack, does it matter to you? Oh, there we go. 22, Born to Run.
There you go.
Very nice.
I'll take it.
Led Zeppelin 2, 27.
It's just
Dark Side of the Moon, 28.
It's so subjective. You know,
is it really, Jack?
Yeah, it is. These lists, whether it's Rolling Stones, it's just opinion, and and they're meant for people to argue about it to draw more attention to it.
I guess. I mean, I'm not going to go to Apple.com anymore because of that. I just think it's ridiculous. And, the thing is here's the thing: how do you ignore the known success of these albums? And I realize there's not an Elvis album in there. I get that. But Elvis wasn't really a songwriter.
Where's
right?
Van Halen?
He was a performer. I don't know if there's a Van Halen album in there, buddy. I'm not even going to look.
Top 100?
I don't. Jack, Back in Black was 90.
Yeah, that's sick.
Back in Black was 90, dude. You think a Van Halen record's going to make it in there?
Yeah,
when what's considered to be the top 3 rock albums ever recorded doesn't make it in there, buddy?
I think Back in Black just this week or last week moved up to number 2.
Yes.
For all time.
Yes. Right behind Thriller.
No. Oh, I thought it was Dark Side of the Moon.
No,
so maybe it's number 3.
Yeah, I think Back in Black is the second best-selling album in the history of music, if I remember right. I think it is. Thriller, then Back in Black.
All right, so this was, I think, the amount of time on the charts.
Oh, yeah, maybe so.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. I mean, Back in Black was up there for a while. And again, an incredible record. But if you're a rock fan, if you're not a rock fan, it doesn't hit you the same. And if you notice, there is a lot of R&B and soul and hip-hop.
Yeah.
And really, that's probably more reflective of today's era. Not many people, who are younger people under the age of 30 are ripping it to Zeppelin. They're probably wearing the shirt to look cool that they got from Hot Topic, but they're not listening to the music.
They probably think it's Greta Van Fleet.
Exactly.
One of the funniest things I saw recently on social media was a millennial getting angry at a Gen Zer for wearing a Nirvana T-shirt, and the quip was, "Why don't you wear music from your own era?"
Oh yeah, I've heard that.
That's when Nirvana was. It's not your era.
The big thing with kids, my girls when they were in high school, or all the guys when they were in high school, the big thing was to wear retro, rock T-shirts, right?
Yeah, but you should listen to the music first before you wear the T-shirt.
My daughter comes walking in with a Rolling Stones T-shirt on one day, and she's cool. Got her glasses on, and she's very stylish. She's, a very stylish kid. It's my artistic kid, the whole 9 yards. She comes rolling in with a Rolling Stones T-shirt. I looked at her, I said, name one song that isn't Jumpin' Jack Flash, one song. She just laughed at me, Dad. I don't even know who they are. I like the Tounge.
We all do.
And I said,
backup show title.
I said, she goes, I like the logo. I like the mouth and the tongue. It's fun. And I said, you should hear the music. It's amazing. I said, just go listen to Can't You Hear Me Knocking, which is one of the greatest guitar intros in the history of guitar intros.
So dirty.
Just listen to that. It is so dirty. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's a drunk hooker of a riff. Oh, yeah. It is a lot lizard of a riff.
Waiting on a friend is,
yeah.
Wow.
What?
I said they're coming in a week. I saw someone trying to sell tickets face value for $440 for a pair of tickets.
No, thanks.
Whoa.
I like the Stones. Do not want to go see them.
Waiting on a friend, though, that's another. That's during their skanky period. They were real, dirty.
Even the video was greasy.
It was.
I don't even think they bathed.
No, it didn't look like it.
It was shot.
But still a great song, man.
It was shot on a home camera or something. It was really, really bad.
It was. Like dirty feet bad.
Right, it was like in their heroin
Jiffy
stage.
feet.
Exactly. Keith Richards looked like he was made of oil.
I know.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. We do have a question today, and I'll let Jack ask it, but I'm going to hit you with this question real quick. How old do you think the average car on the road is in America right now? Don't say an answer. Don't say it.
All right.
But how old do you think? This is the question of the day. If you go to JimColbertLive.com, click through to our YouTube channel, right? Give us a subscribe and a like, and then get in there because Jack posts it up in the
YouTube
comment
chat?
section. Yeah, the chat section. So you can kind of get in there. How old is your car? It's that simple. And I'll tell you exactly what the average age of a car is in America right after this.
Your chance to win $1,000 in your hand is minutes away on Real Radio 104.1. Brought to you by Mills Air.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Traffic slow on I-4 this afternoon, east and westbound on the interstate for those traveling by the major attractions exits and through downtown today. Looking at stop-and-go delays eastbound on the 408 this afternoon due to a crash blocking 2 lanes on the toll road at Conway Road. Traffic is stop-and-go back from the I-4 exit. If you see traffic problems, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you want to build, expand, or maybe start a new business? Well, that mortgage guy, Don, is your source for commercial and business loans, too. Don has the best rates on commercial loans and has over 1,000 five-star reviews, and he's got a great promotion now through the end of June. Do you have a high-interest rate small business administration loan at 9, 10, or 11%? Well, if you qualify and you've paid on time for the past 2 years, Don can refinance your SBA loan at 8.25%. That mortgage guy, Don, is the best place to go for all of your business and residential loans. So don't miss the boat. Compare your quote at thatmortgagguydon.com.
Don't miss the boat. Compare your quote with thatmortgagguydon.com.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, Navage is the best thing I bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing. Or this one. I use Navage every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I breathe so much better, unquote. Those are 2 of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Tommy Mello here, owner of A1 Garage Door Service. Springtime savings are here, and now is the perfect time to service your garage. Don't wait until a simple garage door repair becomes a major problem. If your garage door is noisy, if bugs are getting in, or if it struggles to open, your garage door is in need of repair. From simple repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one. We fix garage doors fast and with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Our springs, rollers, and openers are tested by running them up and down, open and closed all day, 24/7, so you can feel feel confident with every A1 garage door repair. Replacing the bottom rubber on your garage door can have a huge impact on the number of bugs you see in your garage and in your home. As the weather starts to warm up, keep those creepy crawlers outside by calling A1 Garage Door Service today and receive the best service, best parts, and best warranty in the industry.
A1Garage.com. A1 from day one.
Call today and take advantage of our $29.95 tune-up special.
Sunnyside Plumbing.
Yes, I'm concerned about my water heater.
If your concern is of a serious nature, press 1. If it's more of a frivolous matter, press 2.
Doesn't even make sense.
Just press 1 or 2.
Fine.
Fine. What are you so concerned about?
My water heater's like 15 years old, and I'm worried it might...
Oh, this is exciting. Has it burst yet?
Well, no, but...
Only a matter of time. Hey, everyone, 15-year-old water heater, place your bets.
Are you laying odds on when my tank will fail?
Have to make this call interesting somehow.
This would never happen at Frank Gay.
True enough. So, $10 buy-in. What's your guess?
Guess I should have called Frank Gay.
When you need a new water heater, it's no time to gamble. You want your problem fixed fast before it turns into a bigger one. That's the Frank Gay way.
I've got a side bet you'll hang up and call Frank Gay in 3, 2, I win!
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Let me tell you a story. I had a client who got injured. He only asked for the insurance company to cover his rent for 3 months. They said no. We ended up getting him $325,000. Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorneys. Prospective client may not take
Do you have AC needs? Turn to the experts at Carrier. Go to millsair.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Find out at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, GREEN. 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 Enter it now on our website, realradio.fm. Good luck.
At work, just pretend you're on a Zoom call with us. Your mic is off. Your mic is off. The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe and watch.
Jim, getting mad is your thing. You absolutely need to get mad about who they've put in the top 20 and who they've left out. I mean, some of them, like you say, are okay, but seriously, no Pink Floyd.
I get you, honey. I get you. All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031, GREEN. That is your 5 o'clock keyword, GREEN. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Green, guys. That is your 5 o'clock keyword. Good luck. We hope you win a faux show.
Yeah, we want to give you some green.
We do. Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well. Guys, what do you think? Did you look at the texting service during the break?
No.
Because these fools don't know how to control themselves.
I was too busy watching a spider on Instagram.
Oh, I can read the story and then send the answer. Thanks.
yeah, but we didn't see it, so it doesn't count.
What is the average age of a car in the U.S.? What do you think?
I'm going to go 10 years.
10 years. What do you think, Jackson?
I think it's a little less.
I do too, but I locked in my choice.
I'll give you a courtesy year then, and I'll I'll jump from 9. I'll
You
go
think
to
it's
8.
you think it's less than 10?
I do. I'll go 8.
Well, look at all
years.
the new cars on the road.
All right. What do you think then?
Well, I'm sticking with
She said
10.
10. I said 8.
Okay, it's 12 and a half years old.
Really?
Hey.
Yeah. Cars and
That's
trucks.
a good thing, right?
It actually, can I tell you?
I don't know.
Well,
is that a good thing?
It is an odd thing. And one of the reasons I pulled the story is because why? Why do you think? Now, there's an obvious answer. I'm sure you're going to guess it pretty quick. What do you think?
The obvious answer: people are keeping their cars longer because it's so expensive to replace.
That is the number one obvious answer. What do you think the average cost of a new car in the U.S. is right now?
$40,000. No, a little less than
$35,000.
Should have gone higher. Can never listen to him.
What?
Never in your life. I'm not going to make eye contact with you right now.
I was being sincere.
I'm upset with you for leading her because she believes in you, and you should not, Deborah.
She should have. I was
not.
being genuine.
You were not.
Yes, he was.
$43,000 is the average price.
Wow.
See, now you know why my car may be in the shop, but after I get it out of the shop, I'm not going to have to make a monthly car payment on it. That 16-year-old biatch is still running strong.
Well, so let me tell you.
Come on, Silver Bullet.
What are the other reasons you believe that the cars on the road right now are a little bit older? By the way, this has dropped by 3 months since 2023. It was worse because of the pandemic. Right? It was hard to get cars, hard to get in. You couldn't get a car.
Yeah. The used car market was crazy.
It was ridiculous, and then they couldn't get chips. Remember?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They were sending cars to the dealerships without the chips, so that when they got the chips, they could just send them the chips.
Does
What
it
do you
have
think?
something to do with that? With not
doesn't-
wanting a car that's smart and can tell everybody what you're doing?
It does not. Actually, the new car price is $45,000. And by the way, prices are down more from $2,000 from the peak of 2022, which was really high. But what do you think is causing this? What do you think? Why do you think people are on the road with their car longer? Other than it's expensive to replace, there is another major reason, and it's kind of interesting to be honest with you. Other factors are people are waiting to see what they're doing with the technology for electric vehicles.
Yeah.
So people are holding on to their gas cars longer to see when the idea of the charging stations, the charging network, the cost of the EVs are coming down, when the battery life gets longer, when the range gets longer. That's what they're waiting for. What they're really waiting for is am I going to buy an electric, all electric, or am I going to buy a hybrid? Hardly anybody in the study was talking about buying a regular, just everyday car, except for trucks and people who needed to. But for general transportation, people are kind of trying to wait it out as long as possible with the car they have to see if they're going to buy an EV, if the market kind of stabilizes and they can get one that they can rely on and they don't have that anxiety, that range anxiety. But that's one of the other reasons. And one of the other things was supply chain problems, and people are actually taking care of their cars better. Now, I know that you guys do, Jack. I mean, I'm sure that your oil change little book you got with your new car is probably filled out perfectly with perfect handwriting, perfect dates. It's exactly right.
I track all the repairs and oil changes on all the cars in my family.
And you should, right? You should do that because that is the number one way to extend the life of your vehicle. And they say that people are actually taking care of their cars better now than they ever have. Like people are tending to their cars better and paying attention to all the nuances of their cars, their brakes. They're not letting that slip by now.
Right.
They're taking care of their oil changes. They're getting tune-ups.
It was only a couple years ago where I stopped doing the oil changes because I couldn't do it. It cost me the same amount of money to do it as to bring it in and have it done.
Oh,
just buying the oil and the filter and stuff, it came to the same price as if I went into one of these places.
Do you use synthetic, right?
For my vehicle, yeah. My vehicle is covered. Come on,
Jack,
come on, dude.
Jack puts old wing oil in his daughter's car.
Yeah.
He's got the old turkey fryer
it's
oil.
Turkey fryer oil, yeah. But I did run it through cheesecloth, so it's clean.
Well, there you go.
You use synthetic in the old Hyundai supercar?
I believe so.
Yeah, you got to use synthetic.
I believe so.
Yeah,
but
you got to pay that extra $1 or $2 for a quart or whatever it is.
Well, I was always, I've always been like 3,000 miles, and then you guys were like, man, that's more of a. You can go a little bit more.
Well,
when
you
get
get synthetics, you can
go 10.
You can go, you can get it up there. But
you can go 10 to 30,000.
Now that's a moment when I won't believe him, Jimmy. Just so you know.
What's that all he's going to do?
Yes.
Is lie ridiculously? How many cars do you think are on the road right now in the U.S.?
Oh.
How many passenger vehicles are currently on the road in the U.S.?
I will go 150 million.
150 million out of a country of 350 million, he says.
And this is POS cars?
No, this is
It's less. It's less. It's
this
got
is
to be
just
less.
passenger vehicles.
Yeah, go less.
passenger
Deb.
vehicles?
Go less.
Jack
because
says 150.
I didn't think all the kids.
Listen
all
to
the
this.
kids.
I'll
Listen.
go 52 million. What?
How can you fall for it twice within 3 minutes? He did it to you again.
Because I had a good point that it should be less because there's so many kids out there. They don't have cars.
350 million people in the country, and you think there's only 150 million cars? What is wrong with you?
Am I right?
286 million cars in this country.
Whoa.
Oh, my God. We have a problem.
Yeah, we do.
That is a whole bunch of cars, isn't it?
We have a problem.
286 million cars in this country. God almighty. Every time I go down I-4 and it's slammed, I'm like, what are we doing with our lives? It is ridiculous. Like 5 people in the car, then one house have all cars. But you have to. You have to. Listen,
In some areas of the country you do, and Florida is one of them.
Unless you live in Chicago, New York, or any of these major metropolitan areas. And look, let me tell you, you can't do it in L.A. You have to have a car in L.A. Los Angeles is a big city, but it's sprawling big city. The downtown of L.A. really isn't that big. But if you're in New York, you could easily take the subway everywhere and never have to own a car.
Oh, yeah. In fact,
That's
a lot of people, it's like, why would I bother getting a driver's license when I'm not going to drive? I live in the city. When a parking space costs as much as
and that's it,
an apartment in New York City. I mean, to pay for parking, good luck.
Just to find a parking space that you can pay for, is a dinner.
Now
it's
they've
$50, like you were saying.
Now they've got that congestion pricing as well, just like what London has done.
What?
The congestion pricing, if you want to go into New York City, like into Manhattan at certain times of the day when it's super congested, you get charged for it.
Really? I did not know that. I know that when you call an Uber and they have to go through that tunnel to get from Jersey to New York, prepare yourself accordingly.
Oh, really? Why?
They're going to get out and they go, sir, are you the Uber? Assume the position. They will run kick you in the sack. They will shove you in the trunk, and then they will, while slowing down, have a friend dump you out into the road.
I thought that was just New York.
And that's $100. That's what you get for $100. If you even call those people after 10 o'clock, they will laugh and hang up and then come rob you.
Yeah, apparently the MTA is signaling the congestion pricing toll for Manhattan is slated to start as planned on June 30th.
Look, man, why? There's so many people.
Why.
The idea of driving in a city like New York is insane. Like, it's just insane. If you don't know where you're going and you get in traffic up there and you make the mistake of going, oh, I'm supposed to be in the left-hand lane. I am sorry. You know when you're going to turn around? Virginia. That's when you're going to turn around.
I like driving in New York.
Do you really?
It's good training.
It is good training.
For what?
For driving, for life. Yeah, my best friend's brother was a limo driver in New York City. He could parallel park a limo in Manhattan.
What?
He can drive anywhere in Florida and have no problem.
I got to give it to Jackson, though. When we were up in New York and Jack was driving us around.
I bet he knew exactly what he was doing.
My man slid through that place like a mouse through a maze.
Hell yeah.
He knew
He's Jersey.
He would dip into alleys. He goes, you can dip in here and park behind the dumpster. I'm like, what were you here last? He goes, I think it was 14. I'm like, what is wrong with you? He goes, same dumpster. Same dumpster, same rat. Same rat's got a house in the back of the dumpster.
Is that where you knocked out the light to the drug dealer?
No.
Well,
different trip.
Different trip.
Different trip, but wasn't that New York?
Oh, yeah. It was.
Yeah, which borough of New York City was that one?
That was 182nd
Yeah.
Street.
Also, I got to tell you, Miami's a nightmare to drive in. Atlanta.
Anything South Florida is a nightmare to drive.
Can I tell you, I would just go up 95 and then take a left past Atlanta. I remember driving through Atlanta on the going up there for a vacation, and when it was actually coming home, we had to leave real early. Coming through Atlanta, this is a true story. 3:30 in the morning on a Sunday, wall to wall for an hour and a half.
Oh,
Sunday
wow.
night, going 75 through Atlanta, and then on that was it the 285, the loop. Or whatever it was, it goes around. That thing's not even better. It's worse. And then LA's pretty bad too.
San Diego, when we lived there, quite a culture shock because you're going from Green Bay, right, to San Diego, where you don't get on the highway at anything less than 80.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you enter at 80.
Just shoot you out of a gun.
You exit at 80.
Somebody said try driving in Bogota. No.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Try doing anything in Bogota.
Oh, I love that.
Well, I'm going to tell you, if you really want a culture shock for driving, there are 2 countries I've been to that are automatic. And Jack can confirm one of these for sure. Take a cab ride in Jamaica. If you want to really experience living on the edge, just go take a cab ride in Jamaica. Jamaica hasn't paved the roads in 63.
Sorry. Till you've had a bus driver take you to the edge of the Andes Mountains and slam on the brakes before the first tires go over the edge because he just wanted you to have a really great view. That's when you're like, whoa, I didn't know my butt could pucker that tight.
No, that's when you backpack.
Exactly.
That's when you hop out of that and go, been nice.
That literally happened. He screeched right up to the end of the, and we're like, that's it. We're going over. We're just going over.
I just walked straight to the embassy and order a chopper. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Use of this has spiked. I'll tell you what that is next.
Real radio is the news junkie.
How young would you go?
Me? I don't know. Not.
What about 21?
I don't know. I really don't.
What if it was just a one-nighter?
I mean, that's fine. We're not talking.
The news junkie. Weekdays at 11 on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Traffic heavy on I-4 this afternoon, east and westbound in the Orlando area by the major attractions exits and through downtown. Looking at a crash still causing stop-and-go delays on the 408, blocking 2 eastbound lanes at Conway Road, causing stop-and-go delays back from the I-4 exit. A crash is blocking 2 northbound left lanes on 1792 at Hunters Creek Boulevard. If you see traffic problems, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. Use the experts on hiring for professional roles. Visit SRGExpress.com to connect with professionals in accounting, IT, and engineering. The specialized recruiting group takes an individual approach, placing people in contract and full-time roles. SRGExpress.com.
The Jim Colbert Show question of the day is live. It's in our YouTube chat. Search Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. It's brought to you by We Are Not the Banks. If you're ready to start looking for a new home or refinance the one you're in, you need Brad Siebert. You find him at wearenotthebanks.com. That's the website. They're not the banks. They're better than the banks. Direct mortgage lender. This is all they focus on. That's why they're not the banks. They're mortgages. And that's where you can get the mortgage for your next home. Or if you want to refinance a home where you currently live, that's where you go. wearenotthebanks.com. All types of buyers, they work with you, work with me. When I did my refi several years ago, it was fast, easy, got a great rate. Thank you, Brad. For all your mortgage needs, the website is wearenotthebanks.com. Go there, get started today. NMLS ID number 66247, equal housing opportunity.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Tools Ace Hardware.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, Navage is the best thing I bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing. Or this one. I use Navage every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I breathe so much better, unquote. Those are 2 of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Hey there, it's Russ for Zero Res. Get your carpets and tile clean without sticky, soapy, chemical residue left behind. Zero Res cleans the right way at the right price. This month, get 25% off floor cleaning, carpet, tile, stone, and wood. Visit OrlandoZeroRes.com. Zero Res, spelled forwards or backwards, it's the right way to clean.
A picture is worth 1,000 words, but a video is priceless. I'm attorney Mo DeWitt, and we have access to every single traffic camera in the state of Florida. Injured on the go, just call Mo, Orlando's injury attorneys.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
In St. Augustine, Ponte Vedra, it might feel like there's not enough time to take everything in. Because once you're done exploring 42 miles of pristine coast, marveling at historical architecture, and enjoying world-class food, it'll be time to check out and head home. But that's okay. You can always stay just one more day. Visit floridashistoriccoast.com to learn more. It's about time.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Open your world to all that SeaWorld Orlando has to discover. Meet new faces up close of orcas, belugas, and dolphins. Prepare to explore new territories aboard the all-new Penguin Trek, launching this spring. Expand your horizons with seasonal events and musical performances. And see the good your ticket does in helping us save animals. There's so much more to SeaWorld than ever before. Save up to 50% on tickets, fun cards, and passes during our Memorial Day sale. Hurry, offer ends soon. Taxes, fees, blockout dates, and other restrictions may apply.
Kick off your summer with iHeart 80s. Rewind to a decade in music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael and more. iHeart 80s goes commercial-free all Memorial Day weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeart 80s, and start listening now. iHeart Radio. Free never sounded so good.
We are professional grade at Orange Buick GMC. Online at orangebuickgmc.com.
You can watch radio being made on a daily basis at Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Hey guys, growing up, my grandfather used to build picture frames in his basement, custom ones, and I, to this day, love the smell of turpentine and shellac.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I became a painter.
What's going on, Colbert and crew? The smell that takes me back and gives me a great feeling is the smell of a freshly tarred roof. That fresh tar smell of the asphalt, you know?
That's crazy. Yeah, we started it in the beginning of the show. You're welcome to leave a talk back about it. We were talking about freshly laid tar on a road, and Jack said he loved that smell, which kind of sprung into me. Even thinking Jack was weirder than I thought he was already.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Jack.
Well, then we talked about how Jack and I like the smell of jet fuel.
Yeah. I thought of another one.
Yeah, bad smells that you like.
Yeah, and you can't explain why. Yeah. And I just thought of another one I had. God dang it, what was it? Doggone it. We talked about Bactine yesterday. I remember Bactine as a kid. That was one of those smells I smelled forever. But it was a bad smell. Damn it, I just had it on the tip of my tongue right before we came back. Welcome back, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Welcome back to the show. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well. For the first time ever, guys, the number of Americans doing this instead of this has finally happened.
Oh, drinking Pepsi instead of Coke.
No.
I saw the headline.
Yeah. Here's the deal, right? So, for the first time ever, Americans who use marijuana use it every day more than they drink every day.
So people are smoking weed more than drinking alcohol.
So for the first time, the number of Americans who use marijuana about every day has surpassed the number who drink that often, a shift some 40 years in the making. So, of course, now with the laxed marijuana laws, we have more information, and we now know that more people are smoking weed daily than drinking daily. And it's the first time this has ever happened in the country's history, which makes perfect sense, though. I mean, now with so many states, I think, 27 states now? More than half or so, it is available in some way, shape, or form, whether medicinally or legally. Maybe even more than that. I think maybe in 27 states, it's completely legal.
Yeah.
Run that number for me, Deb, if you don't mind. Find out how many states.
I am.
But that's exactly what's happened. Like, people now don't drink as much as they used to. They smoke now.
Well, so what are the numbers for people who drink and smoke?
Oh, no, it doesn't say that.
Oh, okay.
Come on, man. Good Lord. Yes, in 2022, an estimated 17 million people reported using marijuana daily or near daily, compared to 14.7 million daily or near daily drinkers, according to a national survey. In 92, when daily pot use hit a low, less than 1 million people said that they used marijuana every day.
As of November 8th, 2023, 24 states, 2 territories, and the District of Columbia have enacted measures to regulate cannabis for non-medical adult recreational use.
So that's recreational, and then like almost 40,
about half the country.
Yeah, I think 40 plus states do it for
medicinal.
For medicinal.
And that's on the ballot here in November.
Right. And that's
recreational.
I think that's why. As a matter of fact, they mentioned that in the story. It says Florida voters will decide on a constitutional amendment allowing recreational cannabis. Now, the federal government, of course, now we just learned a couple weeks ago, is moving to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug, which make it. Let me ask you a quick question about that, real quick, Jack. So does that mean that the people who are convicted in marijuana laws all those cases will be rescinded? And then they will apply the new laws to that? Or how does that work?
That process has kind of been happening, but in haphazardly, because I believe President Biden has been pardoning some of those people. I don't know if it's retroactive, meaning I don't know if it says for everyone who's already been convicted.
Right.
I don't see why not. If weed is the only reason you're in jail, then
yeah. And
why are you in jail?
You probably should not be in jail. I mean, even if you're moving a bunch of it, really. I mean, look, here's the thing. I should take that back. When you're moving bunches of it, things happen. I mean, if you're moving hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of marijuana, you have to take measures and you have to protect that. There have to be guns involved, so that's not good.
Chances are that's not your only vice.
That is not your only vice, 100%. It did say that there are a couple of things at risk. Because you can become apparently addicted to marijuana. Now, it doesn't say addiction like it's heroin, like you're gonna meet a guy behind a Walgreens and take care of him for some money to get yourself a rock.
Is it a mental addiction over a physiological addiction?
It is.
That's what I was wondering.
It also says there's a thing now called cannabis-associated psychosis, that if you're a high-frequency user, that you can actually lose touch with reality. To which I actually wrote a letter to these guys saying, that's the point.
Right, exactly. Where do you get that strain?
Exactly, that's the point. I want to lose complete reality. Yeah, they said that I've never even heard of anybody having marijuana psychosis.
Do people... This sounds naive, but is drinking and smoking a thing? Because...
You mean smoking weed and drinking?
Yeah, because when I was younger, if I smoked, I really wanted to have nothing to do with alcohol. And if I was already drinking and then you smoke, then I knew that would...
Oh, you're going to knock you out.
Yeah, everything would start spinning.
Yeah, well, no, here's the thing. Not spinning. You just get real super sleepy, right? Yeah. Both depressants, right? I mean, marijuana and alcohol are both depressants, are they not?
I know alcohol is.
Yeah, I know for a fact they are. I mean, definitely.
I'll tell you later.
You're not gonna smoke weed and then clean the house. That's definitely not gonna happen. So, well, I mean, it's not like that. It's not like Coke. That's a stimulant. Meth is a stimulant. Marijuana definitely.
Sativa.
Yeah, I guess. Well, look it up and see if it is. I mean,
sativa is more of a stimulant than an indica. Indica, you go into couch.
I got that, but what I'm saying is, I think marijuana, THC in general, regardless of its strain, I believe is considered a depressant.
Yes.
And I mean, I know that people smoke cigarettes and drink. I've not heard of people like specifically firing up, joints or bowls and then sitting down for a cocktail. It's usually one or the other. You usually unwind using one or the other, do you not?
So that's how I thought it was used, but I don't know, it's...
Well, yeah, I mean...
you guys party a lot more than me.
Yeah, sure, Jack. We all get loose.
Okay, Jack.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, we don't all have our own little drink fridge with a Rubbermaid container with orange rinds in it.
You know what it says?
That's legal, Deb.
Yeah.
So is mine, Jack.
Yeah, wouldn't that happen?
So is mine, Jack.
You know what it says party? In bed by 9:30.
Oh my God! I was falling asleep by 9:30. I woke up at 5 a.m. today. 4:45.
Did you really? Did you get up?
I did.
What'd you do?
I started working.
Same thing. I went back to sleep. I have defeated my getting up early thing. By the way, guys, I haven't been up before, without an alarm. I haven't been up before 6:30 in quite a while. That's quite a playbook. Man, I was killing me before.
Wait, so was that?
Don't worry, it doesn't interrupt his afternoon nap. He still gets that in.
Yeah,
was that in the rental or is that in the new home you're sleeping later?
No, yeah, just in general, I've been sleeping a little bit later. It's been nice. I have to tell you, it has been nice getting those extra minutes for sure. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Jack says he has a ton of those near-death talkbacks.
Yes.
Like a ton of them, right?
Yeah.
And it is a little unique. As I think about my life, I told you guys about the one with the insulation, and then as a kid, I remember also coming off of an exit in a vehicle years and years ago on I-4. It was actually Lee Road, and it had just rained.
Oh.
And I was coming off a little hot, but I still thought I had plenty of room. And when I applied my brakes, I hydroplaned, and I was headed right toward one of those roll-on tow trucks. It was going to be an Omen scenario. You know what I mean by that?
Oh, yeah.
That sheet of glass. Yeah, that was another scary one. Stopped right before I hit it. But that wasn't like a life thing, though.
Sounds like it should have been.
Yeah, no. It wasn't that bad. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Now, we were talking about the cars a second ago. You said your car is 16 years old?
Yep, my very first brand new car. It's a 2007. I bought it in January of 2008, and I've been running it ever since.
And then Jack buys cars and then passes them down through the family.
Yeah.
The one you have now is like brand new or a year and a half old?
It's a year old. I got it new a year ago.
And then all your other family drives. Oh, so Jack drives the newest car in the family, and then everybody else drives the junk cars.
The only place where trickle down works inside the home, inside the household.
How about we ask the other family members if it's working for them?
Yeah, they seem okay.
They could always go out and buy their own.
Yeah,
Jack says they seem okay.
Yeah, man.
I'm on board with that.
Exactly. If you don't like it, you always have an option.
What is the car loan right now? Like how? I mean, I know that you paid for yours cash, Jack, because that's what you do, right? You just save up and pay for them in cash.
Yep.
And you don't have a car loan. I think my payment. I said this yesterday. I didn't know, but I think my payment is in that high fives. Is that about right? Like right at $600 a month or something like that?
For a truck with no tailgate.
Yeah, for a truck with it was a brand new truck when I got it.
Yeah, I know.
But it was only $38,000, and it was still that much.
Only.
Well, that's not that much.
I try to conduct my life so my only payment over $500 on a regular basis is my mortgage.
Yeah, and you don't even have one of those anymore, do you?
Yeah, a few more years.
Yeah, you do.
Almost done.
Damn, really? God,
getting close.
Can't even fathom that. I don't pay houses off.
No.
Well,
you do at the closing.
I didn't know Advantage is paying them off for me.
Yeah.
I told you guys I called Mills. And so Mills is coming out on Friday, and they're going to go over my system, the preventive maintenance plan, because you got to put your money where your mouth is, right? So they're coming out to look at it. The guy just called me to schedule it, and when I text Leon, I said, "Hey man, I want to get that aroma infuser thing." He just texts back a question mark with an LOL. I said, "Oh, I just text John Wayne about plugins." But I told him, I said, "Hey, but we're getting that." And he goes, "I'll double check." I said, "Man, I just started a new line of business for you." I said, because they're real deal. It's a real deal thing. And he said he kind of laughed about that. I said, I can't wait when he comes on Friday. I'm going to ask him. I'm like, look, man, we want this. We need this old house out of here.
You know why? Because someone texted us earlier and said that once he moves his clothes in and they're in there for a while, he's going to come in stinking like old house.
That's more of a Deb problem than a Jack problem.
Yeah, I'm going to come over there and hang out a lot.
No,
I love you, Jack.
I'm going to be in there and just hanging out.
So you want some of these near-death experiences?
Yeah, give me a couple of those. Yeah.
All right, here we go. People have been sending their talkbacks all day, just like Mark here.
You guys are talking about moments that you thought you were a goner. I operate a Bobcat skid steer, lifted up something extremely heavy, slipped off the forks, and it chucked me out the front door of the Bobcat. I hit my head on the way out. That was 9 o'clock in the morning. Next thing I know, it's 4:30 in the afternoon. I wake up in the hospital, and I have no recollection of that day. And apparently I talked to my fiance after it happened. I was laughing and joking about it, but that is gone from memory.
Wow. Yeah. Maybe with another one of these. These are fascinating. People
You talk about near-death experiences. I was the youngest of 8, and one of my brothers tortured me all the time. And Mom would drop us off at the lake, and he would hold me under until I stopped bubbling, and then he'd pull me back up and then do it again. And after that, I would have nightmares of being drowned. He'd also chase me around with knives. It was a great childhood.
Man, your brother's a psycho. Serial killer.
I'm kind of curious, where is he today?
No doubt.
Listen, if you're listening and you just heard your talk back, please text us 77031 or email me and let me know where your brother is now. That's psychotic.
That is sociopathic.
That is sociopathic.
That is the beginning of a serial killer. That is sadomasochism.
Wow.
To the nth degree.
Wow. I wonder
to
if
do it once was bad enough.
Yeah.
But to do it repeatedly.
Oh yeah, the multiple no bubbles scenario is not good.
Bubbles, my God, man.
The multiple no bubbles.
Care for another?
Yeah, sure, hit him.
The first time I thought I was going to die is when I was skateboarding down Suicide Hill in Wekiva, and my little GT skateboard was wiggling back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and I ate it. And I cracked my helmet in half and got some good strawberries out of it, but thank God I was okay.
The old speed wobble. I've had them many times.
Have you had that happen?
Man, I was going down a hill in Pine Hills because I had to ride my bike to the sub shop I worked at, because I'm a player. And I'm coming down this hill like on, I forget one of the roads over there in Pine Hills. And it's kind of hilly. And I went to pedal and the chain came off. And the momentum of me pedaling when there was no resistance kind of got my weight going forward. And if I'm lying, I am going 30, 35 miles an hour downhill on this bike, straight over the handlebars. The bike went by me as we're sliding down this hill. And it's just chewing the skin off of from my shoulder blade to my ankle, just complete raw.
Oh, there's nothing like road rash. I had that once on my 10-speed, riding my bike, have my purse slung over my shoulder. It swings forward and lands between the brake pads and the bike tire. Stops me instantly. I go over the handlebars. The bike comes over me and lands. Still have the scar on my knee to this day.
Dude, I'm carrying a buddy on my handlebars because you said the rider throwing your handlebars.
Of course.
I'm riding my buddy on the handlebars and my bicycle in Palatka. We're probably about 12 or 13, and we're going to the store to get like a soda. And this idiot, I guess he just wanted, and I know because he told me, stuck his toe in the front spokes. I'm like, are you?
Oh.
Said the R word a whole bunch that day. I'm like, are you retarded? What are you doing? And we both.
I thought you meant Republican. I get those two mixed up all the time.
Wait. I get the same thing with dumbass and Democrat. I get it 100%. But when I stuck I'm like, you realize that you're going to eat it as well, and more than likely I'm going to land on top of you. He's like, I just wanted to see what it was like. Oh, but it hurts. That's what it's like, dummy.
Did he break his toe?
No, it actually didn't hurt him as bad as it hurt me. I landed on him. He was fine.
Wow. It kind of reminds me of the time I stapled my forehead.
Why did you do that?
Just to see what it would feel like.
Oh, Deborah.
Next.
What?
1984, I was surfing in the Caribbean. I was 27 years old. 15-foot, very, very nice hurricane surf, but it was super glassy, and we scored really big. It was just huge. I got held down for I don't know how long, but the worst part of it was my leash was wrapped around my neck, and my board is up on the surface, tugging for the surface.
Oh, no.
So I had a surfing incident kind of like that. We were surfing during a hurricane in St. Augustine, like my senior year, And same thing, went out. It was really messy, but real big, and it would just kind of pop up and got held under for a good, what seemed to be a couple minutes. Wasn't that bad, but again, when you have no power over it,
right?
You're fighting something and you can't get to the bottom to fight to push yourself up. You're bored. I did not have a leash, and I'm just fighting to get up there. Next thing you know, you don't even know if you're swimming up. You're just kind of swimming.
Yeah, that's the scary thing about the water. You don't know what direction you're going in. You think you're going up.
Yeah, you're not even swimming up.
Well, he goes on because he also texted us. This was really, really bad. When he reached the surface, he couldn't gasp for air because his board, still around his neck, was racing for the surface, being stretched towards the shore as the next wave exploded down. Thank God the wave broke his board and he could catch his breath and swim to shore. The swim was an adrenaline rush. That's how he made it.
Yeah, no thanks, man. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Don't forget, your 5 o'clock keyword is green, GREEN. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. We're going to do some more of these in a minute, though. We'll take a little break. We'll do trivia right after this. Load them up.
Damn.
We have a prize. You have a frog. Get on board at 407-916-1041. Jim Colbert Show Trivia is brought to you by Cento Family Moving and Storage. That's CENTO moving.com.
This is three-time Pro Bowler LeVar Arrington. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
Florida State trustee Drew Weatherford is helping launch an investment fund that would focus on the changing landscape of college sports. The Buccaneers, they've got another draft pick under contract after third-round defensive back Tyke Smith signed his 4-year deal today. And legendary soccer club Inter Milan is now owned by a U.S. investment fund after its China-based owners defaulted on a loan. I'm Scott Davidson.
Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward, like banners, flyers, signs, and catalogs, some even same day. And now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Offer N61. Visit staples.com/print for details. Staples, your local print and marketing expert.
Guys, when it comes to heart disease, 30% of those cases, the very first symptom is sudden death. And that is one of the great reasons why Life Imaging FLA is in town with their scan to find out if you have issues that could pop up when you don't want them to, or at all for that matter. That's right, Life Imaging FLA is all about getting you the information you need to make sure that your long-term health care is all about it. That free life scan can do that for you. Remember, no dyes. You don't take off your clothes. It only takes a few minutes. My entire process took no time at all. But let me tell you something, man. The relief that you get by knowing that you don't have issues inside your chest, there is nothing in the world like it. Now, the cool thing is I did find out some other things that I have to attack. That was kind of not even supposed to happen, but it did, and that's great because I took that information to my doctor. We started that plan, and now everything is fine. And I've told the story about my mother-in-law calling my wife as I stood there to let her know that her scan was clean and her dad's scan was clean as well. That peace of mind is awesome. So don't wait. Do exactly what I did. Call Life Imaging right now. Get that free heart scan. Just a few minimum requirements. It is a $699 value. And while you're there, be sure to ask about their cancer screening as well. Here is how you make your appointment. Pick up your cell phone, dial pound 250, say the keyword free heart scan. That's pound 250, say the keyword free heart scan. You will be connected in seconds. Make that call today. Make 2024 the year you take control of your long-term health care. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto dial text message from iHeartMedia.
This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate our members who go above and beyond every single day. That's why we thought you might want to hear some special thank you messages from your friends and family.
I want to give a shout out to my brother AZ1 Archie Castillo.
Hi, I want to give a shout out to my friend Colin, who's currently serving in the Army. Thanks for all you do. Happy Military Appreciation Month.
And from all of us here, Happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Time for a new bathroom. You know it. Everybody knows it that comes to your house because that one bathroom, that guest bathroom, not so good, guys. And it's keeping you from having special moments at your house. Graduations are here. Thanksgiving going to be here before you know it. Christmas will be here before you know it. And even birthday parties. You just don't want to have them at your house. A little embarrassed that guest bathroom isn't up to par. But here's the thing. We got a company that can take care of that for you. It's Rebath in Mid-Florida. This is a father and son company, Josh and Dave Denbauer. They've been doing it for about 15 years here in Central Florida. And by doing it, I mean giving you guys great bathrooms you can love for years with incredible products like natural stone, travertine, and marble, and all those beautiful colors. Plus, they have everything you need and a design team to help you put it in the right places to make it look the best. Drop by their showroom, 436 up in Altamont. They're right across from Kobe. Very easy to find. When you go in, you'll see some models set up. Guys, those models are just to show you the products in different configurations so you can see what they can do for you. But if you log onto the website, rebathmidfla.com, you can see before and afters, and you are going to be amazed. And even more amazing, if you tell them that you heard about them from us, they'll knock off they'll give you $800 in extra upgrades. That's right, $800 in upgrades. Do it today. Find them online. It's rebathmidfla.com.
Here's a top move for hiring a divorce attorney. See how they look and handle themselves on video or audio. Chances are that's them at their best, with editing, setup, and multiple takes. The courtroom is live. Mediation is live. Make sure your divorce lawyer is going to make you look good. At Trenley Kramer Law, we handle family law and divorce. TK Law, one firm for life.
Are you bogged down with constant sneezing, watery eyes, and congestion? Do you get sinus headaches and infections? No one should have to suffer season after season. And thanks to Aspire Allergy and Sinus, treating your allergies is easier than you think. With personalized treatment plans tailored to your needs and budget, you can say goodbye to allergy and sinus issues for good. Book your appointment today at aspireallergy.com. Aspire Allergy and Sinus, where relief is just around the corner. aspireallergy.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now during our Memorial Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed plus free home delivery when you add any base. Ends Memorial Day. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Experience life now at Orlando Science Center. Life is an all-new nature and conservation exhibit featuring animals and immersive galleries. Explore the ocean, swamp, and rainforest and encounter the animals that call these ecosystems home. Meet a sleepy sloth, playful monkeys, a baby shark, a curious owl, and their friends. Learn about issues impacting their habitats and how you can make a difference. This is life at Orlando Science Center. Get tickets and more info at osc.org.
At Mayo Clinic in Florida, we are predicting the unpredictable. Our experts are using a patient's own anatomy to create 3D printed, life-size organ models to map out challenges ahead of time, making complex surgeries more precise, efficient, and less invasive. We are making more possible at Mayo Clinic because every day we're doing what's never been done. Learn more at mayoclinic.org/possible. Mayo Clinic, you know where to go.
Car crash? Call Klausman. KlausmanLaw.com. That's KLAUSMAN.
Real Radio is on Threads at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
You probably don't know this or care, but we have web goals. So go to JimColbertLive.com and look at stuff.
Y'all have a really big problem with large numbers. You know that all 8 billion humans could fit comfortably in Texas. There are over 13 trillion trees on the planet. It's just a numbers problem. Millions is nothing.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. All loaded up with some trivia ready for you guys. 5 o'clock keyword is green, Green. Go to realradio.fm and send that out for your chance at $1,000. Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
And Jack has the Jackie sack.
All aboard.
Chugga, chugga.
Choo-choo.
Clickety-clack, clickety-clack.
Check this out. For the rest of the week, we have a great prize for the game, JCS Trivia. How about a pair of tickets to see Lionel Richie with Earth, Wind, and Fire at the Kia Center? That's happening next Friday, May 31st. It's going to be a really big show.
Let me tell you, man, I saw Earth, Wind, and Fire from the second row, and my man, that is a great show by really, really skilled musicians.
I'm excited about this one. That's our prize the rest of the week for JCS Trivia. And the Jackie Sack is brought to you by
Cento Family Moving and Storage. If you've got a move coming up, call them and put their fully trained expert moving crews to the test. But be aware, they're adept in packing your things, handling your furniture, safe driving, customer service, and so much more. Speaking of more, if you mention the Jim Colbert Show, that's going to get you a discount. Book them today at CentoMoving.com. That's CENTO moving.com. Clickety-clack, back to you.
Thank you. I don't know if you guys saw this latest text in here. Near-death experience. Took my stepdad's keys because he was drunk.
Yeah.
Then he got his rifle and unloaded every bullet at me. I had to hide under a tractor while he shot at me.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah. Oh. Jack, who's first today?
That would be Don.
Don right there on line 4. Don, how are you, buddy?
We're doing excellent, Jim. How y'all doing?
Doing great, boss. Would you like to play a little game with us?
I would love to play with
Let's do it.
Game show.
All right, Don, this is a real easy game. Got a question here for you. 4 answers. One of these answers is untrue, Don. No. It's a lie. If you can find it, I'll send you off to see Lionel Richie and Earth, Wind, and Fire. Are you ready?
I'm ready. That's going to be a good concert.
All right, buddy, here we go. On this day in 1859, creator of Sherlock Holmes, author Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was born. Here are 3 fun facts about Sherlock Holmes, guys. We're talking about Sherlock Holmes and one elementary lie. Screw you, Jack. All right, buddy, here we go.
I think it's Doyle, not Boyle.
It is Doyle. All right, but yeah, they did write Boyle. I was listening to an album this morning of Susan Boyle. That's exactly how I got that mixed up. Yeah, that deserves a buzz. Here we go. Number 1. Originally, the character's name wasn't Sherlock. It was Sherrington, then Sharonford, then finally Sherlock. Number 2. Sherlock Holmes is the most filmed fictional human character in film history, appearing in over 250 motion pictures. Number 3, Sherlock Holmes was the first fictional sleuth to use a magnifying glass. Or lastly, according to the books, before Sherlock Holmes solved crimes, he was a photographer. Which of those is a lie?
Number 1.
No, that's true, dude. Yeah, originally the character's name was not Sherlock at all. It was Sherrington. Then it changed to Sharonford, and then it was Sherlock.
Wow.
There you go.
And that was the best one we had.
That's right. Jack, who's next?
Kim.
Kim right there on line 3. Kim, how you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm good. How are you?
Doing great. We're talking about Sherlock Holmes here. Which one of these is untrue? Sherlock Holmes is the most filmed fictional human character in film history. He's appeared in over 250 motion pictures. Number 2, Sherlock Holmes was the first fictional sleuth to use a magnifying glass. Or lastly, according to the books, before Sherlock Holmes solved crimes, he was a photographer.
I'm going to go with the photographer one.
Yeah, that's one. You're going to see Lionel Richie. You're a winner.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, there you go. Very good. Thanks, Kim. You have one that isn't true. What was he, though? Because in the books, he wasn't always an investigator or an inspector or a detective. He was something else before this.
A doctor.
How do you do that? How do you do that?
She's good.
How do you just guess out of the blue and get it right every single time?
Because I don't get it right every time.
He was a physician's assistant. Is
Was he
exactly what he
really?
was. He sure was.
Because they're detail-oriented.
Yeah, he was a physician's assistant. And as a matter of fact, the guy he worked under, a guy named Joseph Bell, is the guy he based Sherlock Holmes on.
Oh, wow.
So the guy he worked for as a doctor is the guy that is the actual Sherlock Holmes.
So, Jimmy, I guess it means I really just am that smart.
Maybe you are just that smart. Who knows? A couple other things you may not know before we get to the top of the hour. Sherlock Holmes used cocaine. Matter of fact, in the books, Dr. Watson says it's his only vice.
Really?
Yeah, it's his only vice. He considered Sherlock Holmes like a perfect character, not character, but this is all fictional books. This is how these characters were written.
Right.
But it was actually written that Watson did not like Sherlock Holmes's cocaine habit.
Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew they used it medicinally, but
Yeah, no, he was getting down. His novel, The Lost World, inspired Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park. There you go. Sherlock never said his most famous line, "It's elementary, my dear Watson." He did say "it's elementary," and he did say "my dear Watson," but he never said them back to back as one line or sentence at a time. Although he's mostly depicted in illustrations wearing that deerstalker hat. That's what that's called, by the way.
With the flaps?
Yeah, that's right. He rarely actually wore it in the books. He only wore it when he was investigating rural or woodsy crimes. Other than that, he never wore it. But he's always depicted as having that hat, the glass, and a pipe.
Yep.
Right? And then lastly here, I was going to tell you, before becoming an author, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was a surgeon's assistant. And like I said before, the doctor he worked under, Joseph Bell, was who he based Sherlock Holmes on.
Did you see the BBC series starring Benedict Cumberbatch?
I didn't, but I heard the one with Downey Jr. wasn't bad.
Yeah, that was okay, but by far, the Benedict Cumberbatch one was great.
I've never seen a Sherlock Holmes anything.
Whoa.
I've never seen one movie with Sherlock Holmes as the main character. Not one ever. How many movies do you think he was in? And can you name the other character that's in more? There's only one.
James Bond?
It's a human character, but it's fictional, and it's kind of human.
Oh, got it. Santa Claus.
No. Oh, that's good. Because that's one of the big arguments. Because it's Dracula.
Oh.
They said Dracula, but now a new argument came up because Santa Claus has been over like 700 movies. But for some reason, they don't consider that. It's Dracula and Sherlock Holmes.
Which is interesting because Dracula is a legend like...
That's right. Well, no, you said fictional, so it would have to be Dracula.
Yeah, it would have to be
right.
Dracula.
That's
right,
true.
right.
Yeah, because there is
kids.
St. Nicholas.
Yeah, there is a St. Nick. You're right.
Yeah, of course there is.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. California is doing something to vehicles that's kind of making people a little upset, and that it may go national. It's actually a really interesting idea. I'll tell you what that is next.
The Orlando Fringe is going on now, and we want to give Fringe performers the chance to promote their shows using the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app during the Jim Colbert Show. 30 seconds of radio time to tell the world why they should come see your show. Get the details at realradio.fm/fringe.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center, shop the best quality jewelry and lowest price. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Heavy traffic continues this afternoon for those taking I-4 east and westbound in the Orlando area today by the major attractions exits and through downtown. Heavy traffic continues on the 408 due to an earlier crash that was eastbound at the Conway Road exit. Normal delays still reported north and southbound along Florida's Turnpike. If you see traffic problems, make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Early Learning Coalition of Osceola County.
Want to give your child a learning experience that's free, fun, and gets them ready for the future? The voluntary pre-kindergarten program is your answer. It's available at no cost to any 4-year-old child residing in the state of Florida. Visit our website at elcosceola.org. That's elcosceola.org.
Tools Ace Hardware's biggest grill sale of the year is happening right now through May 27th. Get free fuel, free assembly, and free local delivery on select grills $3.99 and up. Get a free propane tank refill with the purchase of a Weber grill, Blackstone griddle, or Uni pizza oven. Get a free bag of Traeger wood pellets with the purchase of a Traeger grill. How about a free bag of Big Green Egg natural hardwood charcoal with the purchase of a Big Green Egg? Tools has the best brands and grills out there, guys. Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, Napoleon, those are the best. And they even have service techs specializing in grills to help you with any repair or warranty issue. And you can even get free assembly and local delivery on backyard purchases, $3.99 and up. Shop in-store at one of their 13 convenient locations. That's including that brand new store in Hamlin or online at acehardware.com. It's Tools Ace, your backyard place.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, "Navage is the best thing I bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing." Or this one, "I use Navage every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I breathe so much better," unquote. Those are 2 of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, Navage, clean nose, healthy life.
Guys, it's so important here in Central Florida that your AC works perfectly every time, and that is why I can strongly suggest my friends over at Mills Air. They just saved my man Jack's ass last week by showing up on time in quick time to get his house from 85 degrees back down to living temperatures, and that is what they do better than anybody. These guys are the best. It's like having a family member or a friend that just happens to be in this business. They've been doing it for 30-plus years. Let them use that experience to make sure your AC never quits on you. Matter of fact, my Friday appointment is preventive maintenance, exactly what I'm telling you guys all the time. Make sure it's ready. These temperatures are going to hit 100 degrees next week. And remember, their techs can service any brand out there. Don't worry about what kind of AC you have. They can fix them all. And even better, if you do need a unit swap out, they're Carrier Factory authorized dealers. That can get you up to $1,275 in rebates towards a brand new Carrier unit. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier and certainly turn to family-owned and operated Mills Air. Call these guys today. Schedule that appointment. It's 407-277-1159. Online, millsair.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life. In Office Orlando.
Santo Family Moving and Storage is Central Florida's trusted source for local and long-distance moving. From packing to delivery, Santo Moving is fully licensed and insured to provide you a seamless moving experience so you can enjoy your new home in no time. Get a quote today at centomoving.com. Forget the stress, move with the best.
I love playing pranks on my sister, and this deal going on at McDonald's is my chance to take the lead. Enjoy any 2 items for $3.79. From the iconic McDouble, the McChicken, a 4-piece chicken McNuggets, small fries, to even a small soft drink. I'm gonna pair my McDouble with her small fries, but secretly pull her fries out of the bag. She won't even notice. Hey, where'd the fries go? Sounds like my prank just got fried. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Single item at regular price.
What's better than air conditioning? A portable air conditioner you can take anywhere. Enter McDonald's frozen drinks. I call them air cup-ditioners. Air cup-ditioners come in all my fave flavors, like frozen Coke, frozen Fanta Blue Raspberry, and frozen Sprite Lemonade. And they're incredibly cost-effective. Any size is just $1.49 after breakfast hours. My air cup-ditioner is on full blast. There are drinks. And there are drinks from McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Coca-Cola, Fanta, Sprite, and Lemonade are registered trademarks of the Coca-Cola Company.
Get a $500 Amazon gift card Friday through Memorial Day at Sutherland Nissan Orlando. While supplies last.
Get ready for a night of laughter that's bigger, bolder, and beastlier than ever before. Join us June 27th at the Funny Bone in Orlando for the Monster Night of Comedy, presented by the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind, and featuring your favorite monsters from Real Radio. Hosted by Russ Rollins with the Angel of Boom DJing the event and headlined by Ryan Holmes. Don't miss out on special appearances by Jeff Kaufman, Daisy Del Toro, Amber Nova, Angelique the Dancing Queen, and other surprise guests. Get ready for a full night of monster comedy. General admission tickets on sale now. Get ready to roar with laughter Thursday, June 27th. What else are you going to do that Thursday night? Watch old guys bicker on TV? Tickets on sale now at realradio.fm/comedy.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because your case matters. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Now is your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Check. C-H-E-C-K. Check. That's check. Enter it now on our website at realradio.fm. Good luck.
Hey, so apparently Facebook is still a thing. Search gym members and join our group.
Hey, Jim, you were telling that story about that crash you almost had? You said it was like The Omen. I think you meant like Final Destination, because like where things happen where you're supposed to, at that point die or something. The Omen, if it was The Omen, you would have been having the baby of Satan, which, that might be a good watch.
Want to talk about near-death experiences? I've been teaching middle school for over 25 years. How about that one?
You have one daily.
Okay, you guys want a near-death story? Well, I got one for you. One time, and this is fairly recent, within the last year or so. One time, my wife asked me to make dinner and do the dishes, and I said no. I was too tired. I am lucky to be telling you this story.
That's so funny.
Today.
Good job, buddy. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. By the way, Jack says we were inundated with these near-death things. So if you guys want to call about that, I'll take those calls. I have no problem with that. That's 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. We hit a nerve there, Deb. They have been blistering Jack with these near-death experiences.
I've got to listen to about 20 of them, but there's more.
Yeah. By the way, I was right. The Omen, the sliding glass takes off the head.
Yeah.
You were thinking about Rosemary's Baby, I think, right?
Me? Oh, no.
The caller.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, I think the devil baby is Rosemary's Baby.
No, Omen is the same, because remember they find the 666.
Damien, right?
Damien. Yeah, but you're right about the plate glass. That's a good scary watch. But speaking of scary, I mean, they can call in with their near-death experiences, but the middle school teacher wins hands down.
I was going to say, man.
Hands
Automatically
down.
next topic.
Exactly. Moving on.
All right, your 6 o'clock keyword is check, CHECK. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your shot at $1,000. Check, guys. That's it. That'll get you that money if you get in there just right. Just go to realradio.fm, send that off. Remember, if you're playing the game, keep your phone near, keep it turned on, and, of course, answer the damn thing if it rings, even if you don't recognize the number, because that, my friends, is how they tell you you've won.
And don't sleep on those later keywords
That's
either.
Right. All right, welcome back. I'm Jim. Deb and Jack are here as well. Yeah, I started that near-death thing earlier. And, the funny thing is I didn't tell you guys this story. Did I tell you the story that happened to us at the Airbnb just recently?
No.
I get a call from my wife. This is right after the show, by the way. I get a call from my wife, and she is frazzled. Like, really, I mean, my wife, and you guys know her. She doesn't frazzle. You know, she's an alpha B. She's one of those women. She just doesn't really get worked up like that. She was losing her mind. She goes, Jimmy, the stove just arced. Now, you got to remember this kitchen that we had. If I'm standing at the stove and I want to be at the sink, I just turn around. It's a galley kitchen that two people could not go in at the same time.
Oh, no.
It was that small, right? And I'm not joking. This is not an exaggeration. Two people could not stand side by side in front of the kitchen sink in this place. That's how small it was, right? So the stove, if you're standing at the stove, to work at the counter, you just turn around. There's no walking. You just turn around. The other counter's right there in front of you. She was making dinner, and she was chopping vegetables away from the stove with her back to it while some water was warming up for pasta. And then out of nowhere, she hears this ridiculous sound, like, and the stove, the element arced through the bottom of the pan. The water then dumps onto the arcing coil. It spits out a lightning bolt that goes up through and down back through the stove. It blows a hole in the bottom of a solid steel pan and then immediately turns that water into boiling water and shoots it all over the kitchen. Had she been turned and faced to that stove, she may have taken that thing to the face.
Wow.
It didn't.
Oh, my gosh.
It didn't. She was shaking when I got home. The dogs wouldn't go in the kitchen for the remainder of the time we were there.
Of course not.
They would not go in. Matter of fact, anytime a clicking sound happened from the kitchen, my little dog would run and hide and start shaking.
Oh.
It was so traumatic. She was like, it was not good. That just happened not even a week ago.
That is terrifying.
Yeah. All right, 407-916-1041. You got some more of those, Jack?
Oh, here we go.
Let's do it.
At my grandfather's house out in PA, me and my older brother, who was cutting wood with a chainsaw, asked me to hold down a log with my leg. And as he cut the wood from underneath in an upward direction, the wood gave way and the chainsaw flew up and sliced my goose jacket. I fell back, froze, thinking I was cut in half. I screamed when I realized I wasn't. My grandfather came and freaked out and whooped my brother's ass.
I love it when stories end like that. And he whooped my brother's ass.
Exactly.
You know, I fell out of a tree with a chainsaw. You guys remember that? That's how I cut the top of my hand up so bad.
Yeah.
I was doing one of those, what do you call it? Stupid redneck things. I was standing on the very top of an 8-foot ladder.
Okay, there's your first mistake.
With a running chainsaw.
There's your second.
And then what happened was...
No, that's how every emergency room story starts.
Is I cut the limb. The limb still had enough on a wood underneath because I didn't make it all the way through. So the limb swings down, knocks said ladder from under your boy, and I hit the ground hard. Running chainsaw hits me on top of my hand and tears my hand apart. It was nasty there. That was scary. Let's see what else.
And not smart.
Not smart, no.
You ever been thrown off an airboat?
I've never been thrown off an
Colbert
airboat.
crew. I got thrown off of an airboat when I was down in the Everglades, probably 2005, 2006. And talk about scary. They had to come get me, but you don't know what's underneath you, and you see gator heads, and oh my gosh, I thought I was going to die.
Yeah, buddy, I will never ride in an airboat.
I've always wanted to ride in an airboat.
Listen, my wife tried to get me to ride on an airboat when we first got together because there are tons of them out there in Geneva. That's a hard pass for your boy.
No.
You know why? Because I've met everyone that rides them. You know where I meet them? In the bar. I mean, all those guys who drive those airboats, those maniacs out there who drives those airboats, and you guys know exactly who I'm talking about. All you Geneva boys out there, all you Osteen boys out there listening to me right now, I know who you are. You ain't driving me with that damn thing. It's like, I got 1,700 horsepower in this bitch. You sure you don't want to ride? Yeah, I'm damn sure now.
It's fun. It's loud, but it's fun.
I've always wanted to go.
Experience 1986, getting out of an 18-wheeler. I got hit by a car, broke both of my legs, my left wrist, 7 broken bones. Never thought I would pull out of it, but guess what? I'm still trucking up today.
Hey, we finally got the 18-wheeler on.
Of course, he had to do that with his left hand.
I'm waiting. That's all right. He still made it happen.
Yeah. God
if
almighty.
Def Leppard drummer can do it.
Yeah, no joke. We have more of those, Jack?
We do.
Hit him.
Hey, what's up, Ohana? Oh, yeah, mountain bike story from North Shore, Oahu. Coming down Pelican Flats in Mokuleia. My buddy went down in front of me on a switchback, so I had to jump over his back tire. But when I landed, running out of room on the switchback, massive brakes, putting down feet. I had to let go of the bike and take a little skin job, but I didn't go over.
Skin job sounds weird.
It does.
A little skin job
It doesn't
sounds
land
weird.
the same as road rash.
You know, so I would think, I can't imagine that yet we haven't heard about anybody with fireworks yet. So we're on over by Code Black's house, and we're doing fireworks. And of course, if you have fireworks, there's one other thing you must have.
A bucket of water.
Drunk dads.
Oh.
Okay, so.
Sorry, I was thinking of safety.
Right, exactly. So we have 3 mortar tubes going at all at one time.
That sounds safe.
But we're like 50 feet apart, so we're doing the whole thing, right? So the guy at the end is this drunk idiot from Texas that we know, and he's down there, and we're all laughing, having a good time.
Mortar tube tips over,
and all we hear as he lights that thing, as he's running away from it, his shoelace gets tied up in the stupid fuse. And as he's running away, it tips over and points right at all of our kids that are standing safely down the road away from everything. And all we yell is, run. The instant the kids parted the street and dove into the yards, that thing went off and shot that mortar down the road. It would have split the crowd in half, got about 100 feet past them, and then exploded on the ground. That's a true story.
Damn.
I can corroborate that by a bunch of really, well, they're not sober now. Because it's past 5, but I could have a bunch of people corroborate that story. Man, I'm telling you, it's so funny because I bet these people who are leaving these talkbacks, I hope they're reflecting on how lucky. Because I mean, when you think about just kind of moving through life and making it to a certain age, you're damn lucky. And this all started because this guy died in the shower today. Like this guy from a Train, who was the former bass player, just slipped and fell in the shower and hit his head, and he's dead.
And he wasn't discovered until his friends returned to the home, and he had just moved to Belgium to teach a master class. What's interesting is someone texted us, Jimmy, 30-year career as a firefighter paramedic. Surprisingly, no near-death experience for myself, but you wouldn't believe some of the stuff I saw in which people had accidents they should not have survived.
Yeah. It's unbelievable, man. All right, 407-916-1041. Hey, Steve, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Hey, Jim. So I was on a J14 Carolina skiff when I was about 14 years old. We 3 of us guys on there, or actually 4 of us. We were a little too big for that boat. It had a 25 horsepower motor. I'm up on the front of it bouncing to get the thing to plane off. My buddy's phone rings. He yanks back on the throttle. I hit the edge of the boat, the front edge of the boat, reach for my buddy's hand. He just misses me. I fall over the literal front of the boat. As the boat's running, I instantly hit the water, start swimming out. I hear that motor go by my head like you wouldn't believe. It's right there, still spinning. I thought for sure I was dead.
Wow, dude.
I come up about 3 feet behind the boat to the right side. Motor still in gear. I was like, oh, my God. I thought I was dead.
Son of a bitch. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate your call. All right, 407-916-1041. I told you guys when I was moving here recently, I was moving a cabinet. We keep chemicals and stuff out in our garage. It's like car stuff.
Right.
Jack stands and, bolts and nuts and stuff. Just and we had taped it shut. And I tilted it back on my dolly to move it out to the U-Haul and forgot that didn't forget. I just didn't know. There was a utility knife on the top of it with the blade out. And when it slid down, when I tipped it back, it slid down and slid right by my eye.
Oh.
And it was perfectly eye level. Had it been half an inch to the right, it would have pierced and cut my eye in half. That's true. That just happened as well. God,
I feel like we should wrap you in bubble wrap before you leave tonight. I really do.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Check, by the way, is your 6 o'clock keyword, CHECK. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Back in 1 sec with more of The Jim Colbert Show.
Coming up tonight on Real Radio at 7, it's a corporate time with Tom and Dan, brought to you by Gringos Locos and Modern Plumbing Industries. At 8 p.m., it's Good Sauce with Ross and Joel. At 9, it's Real Laughs, followed by Real Music Weekends at 10 on Real Radio 104.1 and on your free iHeartRadio app.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Slow traffic continues on I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area, east and westbound on the interstate for those traveling through downtown and by the major attractions exits today. Looking at heavy delays for those taking the 408 eastbound due to a crash currently still blocking the left lane between Crystal Lake Drive and Conway Road. This is causing stop-and-go traffic back from the OBT exit. If you see traffic problems, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Summit Racing Equipment.
Summit Racing has the parts and accessories to keep your ride summer road trip ready. Choose from millions of parts in stock. Shop summitracing.com. Use promo code RADIO for $10 off an order of $100 or more. Exclusions apply. Offer ends June 2nd, 2024.
Are your energy costs through the roof? Well, it may be time to replace those single-pane aluminum windows with the most energy-efficient option available. Keep that heat outside during the summer and, of course, inside during the winter. Too much outside noise getting inside your house? This, my friends, is where FAS shines. Because let me tell you, when you replace those old windows and doors and use laminated insulated glass, how about 100% improvement in how quiet your home is? I can attest for that. It is amazing how quiet your home is when you upgrade your windows. You want to keep that outside noise out there where it belongs. When it comes to rebates, they got you covered there as well, guys. $100 per window, $200 per door, and they even have financing. 24-month, no money down, no payment, no interest financing ready for you right now. Their showroom is super easy to find. Fairbanks and I-4. Slide in. Look at all the wonderful options they have. Pick your favorites. Have them installed. Your house will love you. Your power bills will drop. Your AC will work less, which means it'll last longer. For a completely free in-home consultation, simply call FAS or visit them online. It's trusttheleaderfas.com.
This earful of Rail Radio is sponsored by RC Hill Mitsubishi, Highway 1792 in DeLand.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use, I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way, for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage.
Friday through Memorial Day Monday. Get it all at Sutherland Nissan Orlando. A $500 Amazon gift card. 0% APR financing. No payments till next year. And shop the best used car selection in Orlando. Sutherland Nissan Orlando. OrlandoNissan.com. Home with a lifetime warranty. While supplies last. See dealer for details.
Tools Ace Hardware's biggest grill sale of the year is happening now through May 27th. Get free fuel, free assembly, and free local delivery on select grills, $3.99 and up. Get a free propane tank fill with the purchase of a Weber grill, Blackstone griddle, or Uni pizza oven. Get a free bag of Traeger wood pellets with the purchase of a Traeger grill. Get a free bag of Big Green Egg natural hardwood charcoal with the purchase of a Big Green Egg. Plus, Tools Helpful Associates will have answers to all of your lawn and garden questions and will load up your mulch, soils, and fertilizer for you. Shop in store at one of their 13 convenient locations, including the brand new store in Hamlin, or online at acehardware.com. It's Tools Ace, your backyard place.
This is Steve Kramer. Let me tell you a business secret. There are sketch companies out there selling awards. Make sure the awards earned by your lawyer are from respected organizations. At Trenley Kramer Law, our lawyers have been recognized by Orlando Magazine Best Lawyers, Florida Trend Legal Elite, Super Lawyers, and listed in U.S. News as a best law firm for years. We've earned the awards that can't be bought. Trenley Kramer, TK Law, one firm for life.
Secure your roof's future today. Don't gamble with the elements. Book a complimentary roof inspection with Universal Roof and Contracting now throughout May. Get 15% off any roof repair or replacement. Plus, enter for a chance to win $10,000 towards your next roof replacement at the iHeartMedia Orlando Dream Home Makeover. Call 855-ROOF-HELP or visit universalroof.com to schedule your inspection. Offer ends May 31st. Terms and conditions apply. Offer subject to change. Contact us for full details. Licensed and insured in Florida. CCC 057165. CBC 125-8484.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Kick off your summer with iHeart 80s. Rewind to a decade in music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael and more. iHeart 80s goes commercial free all Memorial Day weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeart 80s, and start listening now. iHeart Radio. Free never sounded so good.
Injured? Hire the largest injury firm in the world. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Want more from us? At The Jim Colbert Show on Instagram. Follow us.
Imagine being told you're going to the most magical place on earth to meet Mickey Mouse and end up in the boonies of the American South. As a Muslim. Curious? Come see The Lightbringer, a coming-of-age Arab immigrant's tale of family, freedom, and finding the American dream. Critics are calling it devastating and satisfying, and a rich tale well told. Highly recommended by the Orlando Sentinel, and the Orlando Weekly says demands a sequel. Don't miss The Lightbringer, only at the Orlando Fringe Blue venue.
Great promo. That's exactly how you do it. If any of you fringers out there want to do that, you can do the same thing. Take advantage of us. We're allowing you to do that. Get the iHeartRadio app. Go to Real Radio once you get it, and use the microphone to send your promo over to Jack. We're at the just past the midpoint, right? So we have
we're beyond. So what's today, Wednesday? You have 2 more days that will be able to play them, but 4 more days of shows. Sunday is the last day of planned shows, and then on Monday, Memorial Day proper, they do the best of each event. So it's the top 2 shows of each venue will get an encore performance on Memorial Day.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Hopefully Ross and Joel will get into there with their 10 sketches, which is blowing up.
Yep.
I'll be there Friday night for that show. I can't wait to see it. I really can. I hear it's nothing but great. And, of course, I love both of those guys. They're wonderful people. All right, 407-916-1041. Your 6 o'clock keyword is check, CHECK. Slide over to realradio.fm. Send that away for your chance at $1,000. Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
I am.
We talked about this near-death thing earlier. And it caught fire. Jack has gotten... Like, how many, buddy?
This has been the most talkbacks we've ever received in a show. I've got multiple pages of them.
And some of the texts that are coming in are incredible. One guy said, one person said, my daughter had a near-death experience. She was at a party. They had a bonfire going. They said, hey, throw some more stuff in there to keep the fire going. She grabs a box and throws it in there, not really realizing there's a can of paint in there. It explodes, apparently takes her and a friend out. They had to go to the hospital for burns and other things of that nature. We should throw cans of paint in the fire for fun. Because we're dumb. We do have a couple calls, and Jack has some more of these talkbacks. Let's get a couple more of these near-death experiences. 407-916-1041. If you have one, you can also text yours at 77031. Hey, Gina, how you doing? Thanks for holding.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. So I got a couple, but I'll make them quick. When I was 6-7 months old, something like that, I was on a boat that blew up in the Stanford Marina. And then 2 days before my first birthday, my mom and I were both hit by a train.
Oi. Are you sure your parents are just trying to get rid of you?
I ask them that all the time.
Thanks, Gina. Appreciate that.
Wow.
You know what the funny thing is? I cannot believe we haven't had any motorcyclists call us or text us, because I had a couple of harrowing experiences on a motorcycle as well.
Jim, maybe they didn't make it.
Oh, stop it, Jack.
Too soon.
How dare you? I had
they can't hear us.
I had an 18-wheeler merge into me.
Oh.
So I'm driving and I'm riding, and I got in his blind spot. I was almost dead in the center on the left, because I would always ride in the far left-hand part of any lane, or especially a lane, so I could dive into the median if I had to and lay the bike down and have a chance, right? And this truck did not see me, and it started merging into me. I was too far. I was in the dead center of the truck. Slamming on brakes wouldn't have worked. Somebody was right behind him. I couldn't have sped up. There was something in front. And it turns out the guy saw me at the last moment and stopped merging and then got back over in his lane.
Now, does that count when you have a 18-wheeler chase you on I-4?
No, that does not count. You've had that?
Oh, yeah.
Chase you for what?
Chase me. Getting on the Lake Mary exit, this was years and years and years ago. This guy was
or something?
No, this guy was just aggro.
Oh, wow,
and
really?
I'm a lot bigger than all of you, and you're going to move because I'm a lot bigger than you.
Wow.
And I tried to merge, and he merged at the same time. Needless to say, I'm driving down the center of the left and center lane. He finally shoots over to the far right. I shoot over to the far left. Then he crosses all 3 lanes.
Man.
And comes over and tries to push me over onto the gravel. The thing that saved me was I showed him my phone as I started to dial 911.
Oh, wow.
And that's what made him finally back off.
Wow.
And that was when I learned that when you call 911 on I-4, good luck.
Oh, yeah.
Because it goes from Seminole to Orange to, it's not just one 911,
I've actually called 911 on drunk drivers going down the road because I thought they were in such bad shape they were really going to hurt a bunch of people.
Oh, yeah.
And I told them exit.
Get 'em.
And that's exactly what it's like. I remember we were approaching the 434 exit going east on I-4. And I remember saying, we just passed the 434 exit, so he's going to be on the road until I think Lake Mary's the next one. And I don't know what happened because we passed, and I don't know what happened, but I just know he was all over the road. It's funny.
I had a car like that come up on 2 wheels and ride the center wall on I-4 on my way into work at XL.
Like did a grind?
Like did a grind. But this was back in the day when the only people out on the road were people who worked really, really early or people who were going home really, really late.
All right, 407-916-1041. Stage Dive Steve. How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the show.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Good evening. This is more kind of a funny story. Y'all remember me from
We do.
Challenge?
Yep.
Yes, sir. Their disappearance was the ride home after Daytona with my wife. She was so embarrassed. So freaking mad. It was hilarious, man. Pioneered this marriage.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that very much. He said the ride home from then was almost his near death. His wife was so embarrassed.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Yeah. He dove off a stage into a concrete.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Nobody caught him.
Well,
all right,
we didn't know we were doing the trust exercise that day.
All right, 407 916 1041. Fire some more away, Jack, if you had a couple more.
I do swimming pool renovation work. And one time I was at a job with a 120-volt light. Pulled the light out, put it up on top of the deck. I was trying to find a leak in the pool. While I was inside the pool, somebody turned the light on.
No.
When I pulled it back in, it exploded, and it looked like the Highlander. The only reason why I'm alive is because of the ground wire.
Wow.
Oh, my gosh.
God. Electricity is horrifying, by the way.
It terrifies me.
Absolutely horrifying. You know, I've got a buddy who owns an electrical company. He used to tell me stories of, you don't... That's why you double, triple, quadruple check. My wife laughs at me. Even when I change a simple outlet around the house for 110, I've got my voltmeter. I'll turn it off. I'll turn the breaker off, and I still hit it with a voltmeter.
Hey.
And the reason why is I got into a house when I was younger, and that thing was crazy wired, and they were like, I know it, I don't have this right, an electrician's going to hold me to it, but they jump wired a bunch of the things together. So when you turn one thing on, it turned a bunch of other stuff on to save like wire and space, or just, I don't know. And it was crazy because it would turn stuff on. We couldn't figure out where this voltage was coming from. And it turned out that they had wired it where it was touching the side of the outlet itself and electrifying the entire thing.
Oh, great.
So you just touched the thing and it would fire you up.
That was one of the things I liked least about Brazil. Taking a shower, the way things were wired, and this apparently is very common, the way things are wired, it never, ever, it didn't matter. As soon as you grabbed the knob to turn on the water, you'd get shocked.
Really?
And then to turn the shower off when you're wet, you'd still get shocked.
Damn. I would not be in the shower in Brazil. Then.
Yeah,
I'd just be
was
stinky
like,
in Brazil.
I was like, man, I need to bring rubber gloves with me next time because I can't shower without being shocked.
All right, 407-916-1041. Here is Jason. Jason, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up, Jimmy? Thanks for having me on.
You got it, boss.
Hey, I got a motorcycle story for you.
Yeah.
2 years ago, coming home from bike week, got T-boned by unlicensed, uninsured motorist. Took me out, shattered both my legs, amputated my left leg. I was in the hospital for 6 months. Still alive, brother.
I love it. Thanks, buddy.
That's right.
Wow. I love that. He goes, story. Still alive, brother.
Yeah.
Still alive. They didn't take me down, brother.
Uninsured and unlicensed driver.
Yeah. Well, we just had one here. You know our boy Cowboy? I was shot twice in the head.
Yeah.
Hit me, shot at twice, hit me in the shoulder. 3 guys jumped me. Yeah, they daisy chain the wire. That's exactly what it is. That's the term, daisy chain the wire. Yeah.
Here's another one. Oh, sorry.
No, good.
Near-death experience. I used to live right outside of Chicago, Illinois. During the winter heading to work, I hit a patch of black ice, spun around so many times that my car ended up facing the opposite direction, and an SUV plowed into me, and when it happened, my front seat broke, it fell backwards, and the trunk got pushed in.
Oh, my God.
From the power of the SUV to where my back seat was grazing the back of my head. A couple more inches, and it probably would have snapped my neck.
Damn, dude. Damn.
Still here, brother.
I saw a video the other day on Instagram where a guy, it's one of these channels where it's like stupid people doing stupid stuff. And it's just this guy who is a roofer. And he's got an extension ladder up, and he's crawling up the extension ladder. And something happened where he didn't get the angle enough, and his buddy came by and bumped the ladder or something, and the damn thing just started falling. And you watch the guy's face in real time just freak out. He just rode the ladder to the ground and wound up jumping into a trailer or something. It was crazy.
Oh.
All right, 407-916-1041. My God, what happened here? All right, let's go to, hey, JB, welcome to the show.
Hey, Jimmy, how you doing, baby?
Good, partner.
Hey, check this out, man. 1978, over there on Lee Road, before Winter Park changed and all that. 1701, Lee Road. Apartment complex used to be called Frenchman's Cove. I'm riding a bike, a motorcycle. Never ridden a bike before, but, Evel Knievel was the man back in the day. You know what I'm saying? So everybody knew how to ride a bike. So I'm coming around this little S-curve, going too fast, forgot I downshifted, released the clutch, the bike slips under me. I'm tumbling towards a fire hydrant. It's right there in the curve. I leapfrogged the fire hydrant, and all my friends saw that, and they were like, what the hell? I rolled over, I'm like, walked away, nothing. Yeah, I got my butt beat by my mother because she found out I was riding a motorcycle.
That's probably the hardest thing in it. Have your mom whoop your ass.
Yes, sir.
That's no way to go out.
But you leapfrogged a fire hydrant, and you didn't catch anything on the way down, so congratulations, sir.
Joke. All right, 407-916-1041. I'll tell you, my uncle tells a terrible story. He's a welder, and he was up in now this guy did not make it, but he was up there welding in a boat hole. And I guess somebody had painted the day, and nobody told anybody. And the minute he fired his welding thing in there, crazy stuff. Daryl, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Oh yes, enjoy your show. Let's see, I was 19 years old, and I took this sort of short-term job working, putting a aluminum roof on a steel building. It was 45 foot high. First thing in the morning, there's dew up there. And as I slip and I'm looking down at conduit and all what matters sticking up out of the floor.
Oh, no.
A large hand grabs me by the ankle and yanks me up like a gopher out of a hole. And, pretty much saved my life there.
Who was that? Yeah.
Who was what?
Who grabbed you? Was it God? I mean, how much do you weigh? Like an ounce?
Well, at 19, I probably weighed about 150. And he probably weighed about 340.
Oh, my God. Well, you should be thanking that guy every day.
The kicker, I was there alone that day.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, 407-916-1041. Hey, Mary, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Oh, my God, you guys are a riot. You're a riot. I almost peed my pants and wrecked my car the day one of you guys was talking about passing out in the heat from the air conditioner, for one thing.
That would be Jimmy.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, my God, that was absolutely wild, the details. But anyhow, I'm older now, so I'm trying to recall. But when 1969, I was 16, something like that. And I used to teach water skiing up in Ohio when I lived there. And one day I'm slalom skiing, and there's a bunch of friends on the shore. And I thought, well, I'll be a smart butt and just wave to everybody and do just with the one leg. So I lifted out the one leg from the ski, wrapped it around the handle, and when I did that, I fell sideways, and my dad's pulling me with a 25-foot cabin cruiser.
Oh, my God.
So the momentum of the cabin cruiser and my ski, it pulled me down diagonal to go to the bottom of the lake, and I couldn't let go with my leg because of the momentum. And I'm telling you, when I came up and I'm screaming bloody murder, and they called the fire department, and this, was during the riots, and they couldn't get anybody there.
Oh. So your ski acted like a foil. And so her ski acted like a foil, it just pulled her straight to the bottom.
Oh, my.
Like a projectile.
Oh,
yeah, you talk about, I was so freaking blessed. I think of that so many times. And I have pulled over the road and recorded your phone number and your text, and I finally got it, and I had to get in and tell that.
Well, thanks, Mary. I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, that's a killer story.
Yeah. My takeaway is we're lucky to have the listeners we do.
Yeah, we are.
My God, man. I think this is why this has hit such a nerve. I mean, everybody has had this in their life, and they can reflect on it and go, my God, man, I'm really lucky to still be around.
And this is why I don't ever want to hear any S from you again when I don't want my man getting up on the roof, because there are people who do that for a living, who have the equipment and the know-how. I don't want Chris up on the roof.
You are right. I am anti-roof myself.
And the other thing is I'm never taking up a sport. From water skiing to
pickleball. You got a course right there.
No.
All right, 407-916-1041. Hey, Ward, how you doing? Welcome to the program.
Yeah, really enjoy the show.
Thanks, man.
Real quick, I know you got a lot of calls coming through. So I'm in my 50s now, and when I was about 10 or 11, I had this thing for raw dough. I used to love biscuit dough, cookie dough, anything. I still have a thing for cookie dough. Anyway, one day for whatever reason, when I was 10 or 11, put a spoonful of the Clabber Girl baking soda, or powder rather, baking powder into my mouth, and it began to foam to the point to where I couldn't breathe.
Oh. And why would you do this?
I enjoyed the taste.
Thanks, Ward. Thanks, Ward. I love how perfectly I enjoyed the taste. Now shut up and pass me the bacon powder because I'm hungry. All right, here we go. Jeff, how you doing, buddy? Welcome to the show. Jeff, you there, buddy?
Oh, yes, sir, I am. I'm
Go ahead.
sorry. I didn't know it was connected. Yes, I had a dream car, which was a 1968 Oldsmobile 442. Albuquerque, New Mexico, bought it, and had to drive back to Florida. Day one, I just get ahead of a tornado in Texas. Seriously. I stayed at the hotel that night, and they told me that it went right through the area that I drove through, and I knew it because there was like a brown sandstorm, and it was really weird. And I was freaking out trying to roll up the windows, and they had no knobs on it, because it was a car that needed to be restored. But anyhow, to make a long story short, in Texas, I'm coming down 267 South, I believe it is, and all of a sudden this spray of glass hits my face. And I'm thinking, what the heck? Somebody threw something off a bridge. So I'm freaking out, and I'm looking back, and the bridge was really far back. And I said, well, that doesn't make sense. So I pulled over. It was the Department of Texas, one of the guys that mows the side of the highways with the big batwing mowers.
Yeah.
And he came over, and he was really nice. And he said, did I do that? And I said, I don't know. Is this your log? Well, a log had come through the front windshield, passenger side, cracked the dashboard, which had no crack on it prior, hit me in the chest, and landed on the floor of the passenger seat. So I gave it to him, and I said, well, I didn't come with this, so I guess it's yours. And he was flipping out, I restore trucks and all this. Really nice guy.
Wow, that's incredible, dude. Wow, man.
You know what? The worst thing was the passenger window was all the way down because the air wasn't working.
Oh.
What would you say, Jim? Maybe a microsecond?
Yeah.
Faster?
I mean,
And it would have come through the passenger window and taken my head off?
I mean, the odds are insane there.
Oh, my gosh.
Up in Palatka, there's a lot of logging up there because the pulp mill's up there. So there's a lot of in a lot of land that's that has just logging land, right? Well, it's not uncommon for those logging trucks to have those pine trees sticking out of the back of the logging trucks. And what you're supposed to do is tack a bright orange rag or piece of tape or something to let people know who are following you that you have an extended load there. Well, my stepdad, going to work one day, foggy, Palatka morning, got behind one of these log trucks, and he didn't put the tag on there, and he stopped, and my stepdad didn't see him and went into it, and one of the logs went into the passenger seat like this guy is saying.
Oh, my gosh.
Right through it. It was incredible. It would have been on the other side. It would have taken his head off. All right, 407-916-1041. Take a couple more of these and then get out of here today. Ryan, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Hey there. So I got a near-death story myself. A few years back, went and visited Costa Rica. Decided to be an idiot and travel by myself to a small little town on the coast. Got dropped off by the bus and saw a bunch of guys walking around with machetes, and I thought, oh, that's a little weird. I check into my little rinky-dink hotel by the ocean, and it had a front door, but it didn't have any kind of door on the balcony, just open air. I thought that was a little weird. And then I went to sleep and woke up in the middle of the night with a guy standing over me mid-swing with a machete.
Yep.
I screamed my head off, and he jumped off the second-floor balcony off into the night. So, I don't know what woke me up, but the guy was about to kill me.
A little surf god action there?
Maybe so.
Okay, buddy. I appreciate that. Dude goes, maybe so.
Yeah.
God, man, that's crazy. There's 3 surfers in Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so crazy, man. Can't go anywhere anymore. Tony, how you doing? Welcome to the program.
Hi, did you say Tony?
I did.
Okay, I'm sorry. It got static just when you said the name. I got 2 really fast stories. The first one, we were traveling down 77 interstate in Cleveland. It was raining, and there was a bend in the road, and my boyfriend didn't see that the traffic had stopped. He hit the brakes, and there was a semi in front of us.
Oh.
And we slid sideways, and I turned around because back then nobody had seatbelts or wore them if they did, and grabbed a hold of the seat and took my head down. And after we hit, and I lifted my head, the corner of the trailer was 2 inches from my head.
Oh, God almighty.
And my boyfriend had laid on my lap, and the rest of the truck wrapped around his body like a cocoon.
Damn.
And both of us walked out without a scratch.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Tony. I appreciate your call. That is insane.
Yeah.
Wow. 407-916-1041. Don't forget, guys, your 6 o'clock keyword is check, C-H-E-C-K. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance of $1,000. Let's get out of here right after this. Plus, we have You Heard It Here First coming up next.
Real Radio is on X at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
What's going on in Central Florida? I'm Fox 35, Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Bergman here. Mostly sunny for the next few days. A heat wave. We're having a heat wave for the weekend. Temperatures upper 90s Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Beaches probably closer to 90. Just a very subtle sea breeze right along the immediate beaches this weekend. Wave action, 1 to 2 feet. Not bad. Boating weather pretty good as well. No real substantial chance of rain for quite a while across Central Florida.
This report is sponsored by Batteries Plus. Batteries Plus offers a wide array of battery and lighting solutions, along with key fob programming and expert phone repair, with locally owned stores in your neighborhood as well as commercial accounts to power your business. Power on with Batteries Plus. Visit one of their 700-plus locations today.
Hey everybody, Jim Colbert here for my friends over at Life Imaging FLA. It is time to be a hero. Tell your friends and family about the guys over at Life Imaging FLA. And if you have a family member that you think could benefit from Life Imaging FLA and their free heart scan, you got to do that because, man, it is a game changer. My entire family went. I wasn't even cool about it. When I signed on with them, I'm like, I want my entire family in here. Everybody should know how important this scan is because when you think about heart disease and you think about 30% of those cases, the very first symptom of heart disease is sudden death. And then this scan can tell you what kind of issues you have. It's silly not to at least consider it because what you do is you get this information from these guys, take this to your primary care doctor, and then you start building a plan to make sure everything's fine. You don't have to take off your clothes. There are no injections. Man, can I tell you, this entire thing just takes a few minutes. Do not wait. Do exactly what I did, what my entire family did, what hundreds of Central Floridians have already done. Call Life Imaging FLA right now. Get that free heart scan. Just a few minimum requirements. It is a $699 value. And while you're there, it's important. Ask about their cancer screening as well. Also, pass this on. If you buy a package deal from these guys and save money, you can actually give those scans to other family members if you want. Pick up your cell phone today. Dial pound 250. Say the keyword free heart scan. That's pound 250. Say the keyword free heart scan. You'll be connected in seconds. This is the call you need to make today, guys. Finally take control of your long-term health care with Life Imaging FLA. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from iHeartMedia.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off. Quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Are you bogged down with constant sneezing, watery eyes, and congestion? Do you get sinus headaches and infections? No one should have to suffer season after season. And thanks to Aspire Allergy and Sinus, treating your allergies is easier than you think. With personalized treatment plans tailored to your needs and budget, you can say goodbye to allergy and sinus issues for good. Book your appointment today at aspireallergy.com. Aspire Allergy and Sinus, where relief is just around the corner. aspireallergy.com.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/free. Ramp.com/free. RAMP.com/free.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know that your largest investment asset might not be your retirement account or home? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. Most people don't realize that their life insurance policy is actually an asset they can sell. But for almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. We've even created a free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com so you can find out in seconds what we might pay for your policy. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Knowing the value of your life insurance policy is as important as knowing the value of your home, your equity portfolio, or your finances in total. Discover the valuable information you need to understand the current market value for your life insurance, and then get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Visit abacuspays.com to learn more and use our free policy value calculator today.
Kick off your summer with iHeart80s. iHeart80s goes commercial-free all Memorial Day weekend and every weekend. Open the app, search iHeart80s, and start listening now. Free never sounded so good.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Need help navigating your will or trust? Visit onefirmforlife.com today for your free consultation.
Stay tuned to the Jim Colbert Show as we demonstrate our attitude of gratitude. Our thank you segment is sponsored by Life Imaging FLA. Now open. Call pound 250 keyword heart scan. You can watch radio being made on a daily basis at Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Near-death experience. My name's Chris. I was about 16 or 17 driving through some S-curves, and it was right after a rain, so there was black ice. So I did 2 360s in the S-curves, unintentionally. And as soon as I corrected myself and got to the my lane, an 18-wheeler comes through the oncoming lane. So I almost got hit with an 18-wheeler.
Oh my God.
Crazy.
I used to road race motorcycles when I was younger. One came around a corner, got too close to the edge, tire went off, came back on, threw the handlebars sideways. I went sliding at 100 miles an hour on the track. My hand got caught between my body and the track.
Oh, man.
Ground away the glove and ground away part of my knuckle on one finger.
Oh, God.
What to do, Colbert crew? I fell 3 stories. Was drinking over at my buddy's apartment. We're outside on the porch smoking a cigarette. I'm leaning on the railing of the screen enclosure. The railing gives out. I fall, pop both of my lungs, broke 3 vertebrae, broke my collarbone, broke like 8 ribs. I was in the hospital for 5 days, and then back to work in a month doing construction.
Wow.
When I was in my 20s, a friend and I were siphoning gas out of a school bus. Don't ask questions. When the gas stopped coming out of the hose we were using, I pulled it out, and we didn't have a flashlight to look down into the tank. So I pulled out my lighter.
No.
And just when I was about to click the lighter, looking in the gas tank, my guardian angel tapped me on the shoulder and said, that's kind of a stupid idea.
God bless those angels.
My God almighty. The minute he said I didn't have a flashlight, I'm like, don't you do it.
No.
Don't you do it.
And guess what? That was not all the talkbacks we received today.
Wow.
We couldn't get to them all. We played more today than any other day ever.
And we ripped through 3 segments of phone calls, which people love, by the way.
Yeah.
And we haven't done that in a while either. So thanks for your participation today. We appreciate that very much.
Who would have thought nearly dying could bring us all so close together?
All right, let's do
Everyone's got a story.
That's right.
It's true.
Let's do You Heard It Here first.
It's time for You heard it here first on the Jim Colbert Show.
Yeah, talk about a story. Russia denies the U.S., saying that Moscow launched a weapon into orbit that could attack other satellites. The nation's deputy foreign minister called it, quote, fake news, end quote, where we've heard that before.
Yeah, right.
U.S. Pentagon Press Secretary Pat Ryder said, the Kremlin launched a satellite that was, quote, likely a counter space weapon presumably capable of attacking other satellites in low Earth orbit, end quote. Think of all those Starlink satellites. We're getting ready for another launch tonight after 10 o'clock.
Right.
Send these into low Earth orbit. He noted the weapon was on the same orbit as an American government satellite.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Russia's Ministry of Defense acknowledged that a launch happened, but left out any other details.
Yeah, so we launch.
Pedestrians are twice as likely to get hit by an electric or hybrid vehicle than a gas-powered one.
Really?
Yes, that's according to a new study from researchers in London. And I've heard this before. The quiet operation of EVs is the main factor. Yeah, exactly. There's no engine sound to listen
Every
for.
time we back out and people don't know what we drive when we're driving around, just the other day, people stare at the car. And it's not because it's a cool car, but not because of that. They can't hear it.
Right.
Like they can't figure out why it's moving. It's not making any sound.
Well, the study found that pedestrians in noisy urban settings were 3 times more likely to get struck by an EV. Another factor is what they call a growing epidemic of digital distractions and how it's becoming increasingly rare for pedestrians to stop, look, and listen before stepping off a curb. Think if they're wearing AirPods, they're not even aware that they're in traffic.
That's why they tell you not to run with them, man, because, or just use one.
Exactly.
That way you can hear what's coming up behind you.
And then finally, a 12-foot alligator who made headlines when he was spotted underneath a tire of a KC-135 Stratotanker at MacDill Air Force Base, quote, returned to duty. A few days ago, according to a Facebook post, FWC was able to relocate the gator back in April, but he was spotted again on a sidewalk near a medical building on the base.
This thing is like a walking meat kayak.
The base wrote that, quote, Major MacDill, as he's been named, has been put in charge of the complaint department and was relocated again, this time 150 miles southeast to the Gatorama Park in Palmdale.
I don't think I could put my arms completely around that thing. He's just as big as you could imagine. I don't think I could put my arms around his head. Unbelievable.
Well, he's over there at MacDill Air Force Base, and you heard it here first on the Jim Colbert Show.
Thanks, Deb. Appreciate that very much. Speaking of Deb, that's you.
I know.
Who do we have to thank today?
So much to do. We want to thank Cora Burcham from Save the Manatee Club, and we also want to thank Sam Bowen and Candace Rich for running our YouTube chat.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I appreciate that. By the way, people are asking about Scott. Scott just had something pop up at the today he had to kind of tend to. We were looking forward to his return. He had no control over it, and we'll see him next week for sure. Jack, we have a question of the day.
In the YouTube chat, how old is your car? The choices were under 3 years, 3 to 6, 7 to 10, or over 10 years. Jimmy, what was the most popular?
I think it's C, which would be 7 to 10.
The most popular at 38% was over 10 years.
Damn, really? So the poll was accurate then to our audience.
In second place, 7 to 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's very accurate. By the way, a mechanic also just called in or texted in when we were talking about that car thing and said that the other thing is that people are holding on their cars more because they don't want to trade in and have that value, that weird value thing where they have to soak in the money they owe on the old car into the new loan. So they're not doing that anymore because the interest rates are too high.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, get out of here. Let's see. Tomorrow is Thursday. We have Danny in for Date Night Done Right, and we'll talk to Glenn Clausman. Plus, we'll take your calls, texts, and talkbacks, and we'll have 4 more opportunities for you to win $1,000 on behalf of Deb and Jack. I am Jim. We follow the News Junkie. They follow the monsters in the morning after us. It's Tom and Dan with the Corporate Time and our friends from Real Laughs. We'll see you tomorrow at 3 for more of the Jim Colbert Show. Until then, have yourself a fantastic Wednesday evening.
Yeah, be safe and put some hump in your day. Bye.
Oh, shut up. A Corporate Time with Tom and Dan is coming up next on Radio 104.1.